And welcome back to another episode of the Carnival Cards, playing the Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign. So, we are only one player down today, but we'll press on. Sadly, Rodolfo cannot make it. Their patron has called up and has asked them to do some other things, perhaps. But the rest of the guys are here, so we will have a session regardless. Last session, you guys actually walked your way through thither. I think we're getting a bit of echo, by the way. Might be from Brandee. Walking through thither, you've tried to find where Loomlurch is, and instead you stumbled upon a lake. At least you could see one. You tried to get to it, but this forest has a strange and mystical air about it. An old ancient magic that's somewhere blurring the lines between illusion and conjuration. And although you felt like you should have come in range of it, you were trekking through the forest for absolutely hours until you finally came across something else entirely. You could hear the crashing of kind of leaves, and you could even spy some of the canopy actually moving. And rather than have it kind of sneak up on you, you kind of tried to lure it away, confront it maybe. In the end, it turns out this wasn't some horrible monster, but instead a treant with a a somewhat kind of boisterous group of children, led by none other than Will of the Feywild himself. This is also the same boy from the storybook you've kind of been researching from Fable Rise. It's the one that Wendy is from. Yarnspinner wrote this about the boy who refused to grow up, and apparently here he is, leading a little ragtag of children called the Getaway Gang, and they're called that because they were the only ones who have escaped from Granny Nightshade's prison, we'll call it. But it's her toy shop where she forces these kids to tirelessly work day and night making these toys. And Will organized sort of an escape and got some of them out. And you got to meet a few of them. You cooked up a meal for them. You even spoke a little bit about, Wendy and how he should probably come back. But he said he can't leave, not until he's got all the other kids out. He's made it his mission. He's adamant to see it through. And he also happens to know a little bit about the lake that you guys somehow managed to avoid. Wayward Pool is a mystical place that he says you need to know a secret in order to get to it. And he says he doesn't necessarily trust you guys with that secret yet, but if you proved yourself the good guys and not perhaps agents of Scabatha, then yeah, he'll help you out. And maybe you can even team up with him and go to Loomlurch, because he knows where that is as well. So he decided to take on this task, and he gave you a little quest to go find this cove. It's called the Cloistered Cove. There you found the crashed ship. It's another airship. This one's a lot older and more decrepit than the other one. This has been clearly sat here on this cove for a while now, but you can still just make out the chipped paint spelling out the name of the ship, called the Never Landing. And aboard this ship were a couple of red caps, Big Red and Squeamish. They say that they've got a story about Will of the Feywild, or rather Mugen, as Big Red refers to him, saying that in fact he's the one who is the monster. Squeamish here was actually born out of some sort of murderous rage. It's Will or Mugen that is the one who kidnapped the children in the first place. This is all according to Big Red, and although you kind of scrutinized his story, he does seem to be telling the truth, at least as far as you can tell. At the very least, Big Red believes it wholeheartedly. And he says he knows Will better than anyone. He's basically his nemesis. And he followed him all the way out of the same book that he came from, all the way into thither, and been trying to like find him ever since. As you guys were conversing, however, someone snuck into the back of the boat and attracted the ire of a giant crocodile. Its snapping jaws were quite dangerous, and Tanwen nearly got eaten alive. But if it wasn't for everyone working together to sort of melt the thing, shoot it in the eye, and punch it back into the water, then yeah, Tanwen might have been just crocodile chow.
Thanks again to everybody.
The close one. And with that, Big Red actually finished taking his vengeance on this thing. Apparently that's the same crocodile that took his hand not long ago. And you can see he's kind of got this like grapple gun thing attached to his hook. And whilst that distraction was going on, Rodolfo managed to sneak into his desk where he found what Will tasked you with finding. Bella, who is this small pixie companion of Will's. Apparently Big Red had used her as a sort of lure to kind of bring him out. But Will didn't want to attempt anything too rash else, fearing Big Red would do something terrible to her. And in addition to that, you found a couple of gems, and I think there was a compass in there. And lastly, another individual seemed to be locked away. Squirt the oil can. Seems to be like a little sentient oil can that seems to know a few things about the hags. Seems quite knowledgeable about, in particular, Moongrave, citing that she's the worst of the bunch. And you guys were like, how do you know so much about them? And according to him, he actually once lived in Moongrave's domain before he kind of escaped, got caught up again in Loomlurch, and then escaped again. Seems to have been around the block a bit, but he does know the way from hither to yon, which is actually quite valuable information. So you asked if he would stick around for a bit, and he agreed, so long as you can get him some oil from Loomlurch, because he says he's running on dry right now. So Squirt has joined the party for the time being. And that is almost where we left off. You did sort of slyly lure Big Red on, leading him to believe that you were going to go out into the forest to find Will. When of course you know exactly where he is, and he's actually just on the edge of the forest. So you kind of lured them away from the ship, and most importantly, that large ballista that Squeamish was on. And it's as you're kind of going on to the switchbacks that lead out of the cove to the forest, is when he looks up to the top of the clearing and spots Will and the large tree and you've come to know as Little Oak. There, as Will kind of stands there, like hands on hips, looking down, and you can see Bella has also joined Will and is probably like sat on his shoulder, giving off a kind of a fey-like glow. Is when Big Red suddenly just erupts into a rage. You see his eyes just go bloodshot, his mouth into a gritted, angry looking expression, and everyone else, you're just ahead of them as you've kind of been leading them up, and Big Red just kind of points up and says, well, there you are, and you lot, you knew exactly where he was all this time, didn't you?
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, I've already done that. I'm pretty sure you know. So yes, I knew where he was, but I'm not gonna help you bring him down until I get answers from both sides. So You just sit there, simmer like the little tea kettle you are, and I will speak to, and we'll get this sorted. How about that?
You can roll a persuasion check with disadvantage as he begins drawing out his cutlass and says, "Yeah," he says, "You can answer to this blade instead if you get in my way. Squeamish, let's soak our hats in his blood. Mugen's bloody rage also ends today." And he starts charging up the hill. And I'm going to have everyone roll initiative. Because these are red caps, and they all they know is rage.
Yes. Super high initiative roll. Exactly what I
Not only have they... Tarquin's up first, it looks like. Don't need those now.
Chris, just a note, I have Warding Bond up with Tarquin still, and I have my Twilight Sanctuary up as well. How do I get those to work again?
So long as you're concentrating on them, they should be active.
Okay.
Warding Bond, that one's a little trickier. I haven't automated that one, but it's just half damage for Tarquin. You take the other half, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just have to do that manually.
Yeah.
All
I'll
right.
just do that manually.
Yeah. Okay, so then at the top of the round, it does look like it's going to be Tarquin to start us off. You can see his aggressive demeanor. He means to charge up that hill. You can already see his big iron boots stomping their way up the clearing, up the switchback.
Right. Well, this guy doesn't want to listen to reason, so you guys hold them off. Try not to kill them. I'm gonna hop on over here and do something. So I'm gonna bonus action bunny hop straight in front of Will because it's 30 feet away.
Yeah, there is some verticality to the jump, but you can probably make that.
So even if I just get to there, I'm just gonna walk the rest and just be like,
Yeah.
Tarquin, your AC is also up by 1.
yeah. Is that due to the warding bond?
That's right.
Yep.
I didn't realise that boosted AC. It's a
Yeah.
extra use of
That's
that, I
it.
didn't know.
Nice little
Okay,
boost.
so that's my other use of the rabbit hop bomb because I used. Alright. So before this gets into a bloody fight, which I'm sure it's going to, could you just tell me why that red cap over there thinks you're responsible for a bunch of the children being back at Loomlurch Mugen?
Yeah, you can tell Will has a very surprised expression on his face, kind of wide-eyed, like he doesn't know how you even know any of this. He says, "It doesn't matter right now. That's not important."
Yep. I'll decide what's important here because you're meant to be the good guy, and if I find out that you've been
I'm trying to
using
get them
us,
kids out of there.
but are you responsible for them being there in the first place?
It's complicated.
Well, uncomplicate it and explain before I have to punch you in the face.
He is a little bit hesitant
I'm
right
gonna,
now.
I'm gonna
his
knock,
eyes
I'm gonna
locked
knock
on Big Red.
you and that big red guy's heads together until we get this sorted. Because honestly, it sounds like you two should be on the same side at this point. But he's got a vendetta against you because he thinks you're the bad guy. You think he's the bad guy, and both of you seem to want to stop Scabatha's stuff. So why the hell are you fighting? I need to know before I can decide how I deal with this situation.
You hear a shout from the bottom again, like Big Red saying, "Oh, he's done more than just that." And Will shouts back and says, "Yeah, and so have you. You're a pirate. You terrorized the high seas for long enough." And
Right.
yeah, just kind of back and forth.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, give me a persuasion check, Tarquin, to see if you can really extract any information out of Will here. So he looks to Tarquin and says, "Look, I also made a bad deal, but it's not entirely my fault. Well, it is my fault, but it's not. It's not who I am.
The amount of
I'm not a monster.
Okay, right. That sort of settled it. Carnival Cards, knock out, not kill. We're gonna knock them out, tie them up, and get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was my action to do the persuasion talking thing.
Most of that was a lot of talking. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
so. That's fine. I will take that.
Okay. All right. Big Red has seen enough. He has drawn his cutlass, and also, if he's not in range, 50 foot away. You're intentionally trying to block any attacks as well, aren't you? Kind of standing in front of him.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. You can see he is pointing up his hand hook towards you, over towards like this direction where you just jumped up. He says, "Out of the way!"
I'll move out of the way when you put down your weapons. If not, you're gonna have to go through me.
You asked for it. And he does indeed step up and fire towards you. Okay. Got quite a high AC though.
Yep, 20
See if you
at
can
the
get it,
moment, technically.
So there's this loud bang that just echoes off the cove walls as he fires his hand hook up towards you. It's gonna miss though. It's a kind of an odd angle, and he's maybe not even trying to aim for you in the first place. He's going for Will. This is a ranged attack. I don't know if you have like deflect missiles.
I do, but I think it has to hit for me to use deflect missiles, doesn't it?
Yeah, that kind of makes more sense.
But as I haven't used, I'm just gonna ask. As I haven't used my reaction, and he's obviously fired this hook, which is attached to a chain. Can I just sort of put my foot on top of the hook so he can't pull it back?
Well, he does have it reeling back quite fast
okay.
normally. If he misses, he just like immediately reels
Okay,
it.
that's fair. I just thought.
But he missed anyway. That's one of his attacks. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Instead, he's looking to just basically carve his way up the top to the mountain. In which case, with his wicked rapier out, he tries to cut a path up the mountain. Tell me, Tanwen, are you going to try and stop him, or are you trying to move away from him?
No.
Okay.
I'm just waiting my turn. Morgoth's next.
Yeah.
But as soon as
fine.
Morgoth goes, I planned on stepping in and using my shillelagh to try to knock him out, as per my monarch's suggestions.
Alrighty. I suspected as much. In which case, as you kind of interfere with his pathing, he takes a slice at you, saying,
Okay.
"Out of the way, Nat!" And tries to, gets a good hit, but the damage isn't looking any good. Oh, he gets a bleed on you. All right. So as he slices, there's this kind of almost like sheen across the blade suddenly, as the wicked cutlass opens up a wound, and you actually spill blood out onto the side of the forest here. And immediately you see his eyes kind of widen again, as some of the flecks of blood splatter onto his hat and feather. Okay, that is going to end its go. Morgort kind of was at the front, leading you guys up. Now realizes he's got to get to the back. She's got a reach weapon though. So tries to position here and tries to kind of stab down at him. No good. Can't get a good angle. Oh, there it is. Yep, well, trust Morgort to come in clutch and gets a really nice cut across his like shoulder. He just lets out this roar of pain. Ah! I'll gut all of you. Tanwen, you're up.
All right. As I said, I'm going to use my shillelagh, and see if I can knock him unconscious.
Yep.
So come on. Oh, I was so close to a 20.
You just
Okay.
bats it away.
The cut's making my quarterstaff slippery, and so I got a bad swing in because I'm bleeding all over everything. So I'm gonna stop for half a second and try to use my shirt, I guess, to dry off my quarterstaff. So on my next round, I can try again.
Okay. All right. Nox is up.
Howdy. Right. So the idea is to knock out Big Red, right?
Basically, knock out all of the combatants, essentially.
Okie dokie.
Well, that's what Tarquin's suggesting anyway. Whether you agree
Yeah.
or not is up to you.
I agree with that, to be quite honest. I'd rather knock out the confrontation and get to the bottom of it before killing people. Alright, I kind of want to jump. Will that provoke anything if I jump just in front of Big Red?
No. You only provoke attacks when you leave the space of an enemy,
Okie dokie. Right, I'll
unless
just
you
move
have Polearm Master. But
Or Sentinel.
they're not
there.
that mean.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
target. Not that button. I'm gonna target Big Red and cast Entangle on him because
Oh, okay.
that'll restrain him.
You
Uh,
can do if he fails a
Will
strength save.
will it
Come on,
spill
BB.
onto the rest of us?
No,
Not
it
if he
shouldn't
places
do.
Okay.
it.
I will place it here.
That's
Oh, it gets
perfect.
both of them.
It does,
Oh,
yeah.
Squeamish
So-
succeeds, but Big Red fails. Nice.
yeah, we've tangled Big Red, so that's a good thing. And I
Yeah,
think
describe to me how your spell kind of erupts from the ground.
it's just like big, thorny, green, spiky. Like I don't want it to sound like Solomon's, but it I want it to be scary at the same time. But like big green, thorny branches erupt out of the ground and curl around Big Red's arms and legs, basically, in like stopping him from moving, restraining.
Yes. Can we,
Has
See what
anyone
you
got a
got on
sleep spell?
For some reason,
Oh.
I'm imagining like almost like blood red flowers on it, or something
Mhm.
like that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So it's like beautiful but deadly sort of thing.
yeah, that's Nox's kind of thing, I think. Beautiful but deadly.
So
Trust
the
Nox to
entangle
not-
spell goes off, and Big Red, he's in the front of this, takes the full entanglement, gets all kind of twisted up in the roots and the vines, and some of the thorns maybe even like cutting him, and he does not care. He's just like frothing at the mouth, trying to slice at everything in front of him. Squeamish, on the other hand, is a little bit more jumpy and does seem to like dodge out of the way in time. And yeah, that's your go, unless you've got anything else.
No, I'm pretty sure that's my go.
Bella shouts out from the top, "Hey, that's what I was gonna do! You stole my move! No fair." Right, well... Hmm. He's got to think now. What else can she do?
Sorry.
She is probably going to try and cast a sleep spell on them. Like, you guys need to calm down. So angry all the time. And she just sort of lets out this little flicker of dust that seems to like shed over them. I guess we'll see how much it rolls. No, it's not going to roll. It's 65d8. All right.
I never remember with sleep because it's one of those spells that just sounds cool, but then
And fortunately, it is not enough to put Big Red under, and he's just like, "Expect me to take a nap at a time like this? No, blood will flow." And that's gonna be her go. Rodolfo's up. Just gonna have them sort of get some distance away from Big Red and play it safe and probably just blast him. Takes a pot shot. Actually connects. But
they're restrained, right?
oh, that's
Tangle,
true, yeah.
So advantage? I think?
Yeah, there's an advantage on that. That does make a
Ah,
difference.
shame.
But one little point of force damage seems to weather the blow pretty well. That's gonna end Rodolfo's. It's up to you, Xaxx.
Okay. My Twilight Sanctuary is not working because people aren't getting their temporary
Okay.
hit points.
Tell you what to do. Just cast it again. Don't consume spells. Don't consume usage. See if that works. And what is this big ass template? Is that your Twilight Sanctuary?
Yeah, that's the Twilight Sanctuary.
Right.
30 feet.
Right. Keep accidentally collecting it. There we go. So yeah, just click it again, and hopefully it will
Yeah,
start
I
working
did.
again.
It didn't. It didn't do anything.
Have a look. Channel do. Look your channel. Let's see.
Ability.
Oh, you consume the resource as well this time.
Oh, it did
It
something.
still says you got 1 out of 1 there. Oddly.
Yeah, I added one back
Oh, okay.
because it wasn't working. But
Well,
I think I.
It says you're concentrating on it now. See what we can try. Did it prompt you then?
Yeah.
Okay. See what we'll do. We'll go down the turn order real quick. Okay. Morgott. I'm not sure if they're set up to be an ally. Did that work?
Morgott.
Yeah.
Yeah, Morgott is, but Morgott hasn't had a turn yet.
Okay.
Tanwen has. She gets that. Okay.
Okay.
Nox has.
And then Rodolfo.
Okay. And then Rodolfo.
There you go. Nice. There you go. It's all good. All right then. And then, so your actual turn comes back around. to
My
you.
actual turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so sleep doesn't work, and I was gonna try that. So I'm just
He's
gonna go to the.
way too angry for sleeping.
He's too angry, so maybe I can discombobulate him a little bit.
Yeah, that does. Sort of
Just a little
withers
bit.
his skin a little bit, and he sort of staggers back for a moment, but then shakes it off, and continues to pull out weapons. Squeamish, on the other
just
hand,
going to hold on, still my turn.
yeah.
Just gonna
so-
move back
Okay,
there.
let's see.
That comes with the-
Concentrating, aren't you? Not. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Big Red orders Squeamish and says, "Knock that one out and get me out of here." And Squeamish runs away like, right away, Captain. And just tries to run up to you, Nox, and you see him rearing back with his iron boot and tries to slam it into your shins as hard as he can. And this might hurt if it hits.
This is unacceptable.
Let me just check. I've got to hit you first. Oh no, you've got to make a dex save. Okay.
Nox succeeds.
You got a success?
Apparently.
Nice. Okay, well then, never mind. You don't take
And then
any damage.
it's saying saving throw Constitution
Don't.
again.
Yeah, forget that. That was
Okay,
just if.
okay, just ignore that one.
We'll ignore that one. But still, very good. You
Whoop,
see it
whoop.
coming. It's pretty telegraphed. You see him running up these big clanking iron boots, gong gong gong, and just as he's about to like slam them into you, you're able to kind of dodge behind
Yeah,
the
quite
roots and the vines.
dexterous.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. That was a big hit. Otherwise, that's an action. So that's actually his full go. Rather than pulling out the sickle, he's opted to try and just knock you out with that. Okay, Will is up. Hmm. Okay. He's got a couple of moves, but they're not safe right now. Not with you guys in the way. He's just Big Red has described some of Will's powers before, but he's saying that Will has some deadly force behind him. He's more than just a child. He's a true monster. But Will in this moment is simply just gonna fly up, cast fly on himself, effectively, and just starts hovering up into the air.
An attack opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you wanted to attack him.
Yeah, I
Oops.
said I'm knocking out all the combatants.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, yeah, that misses, and he gets up out of the fray. Probably goes up about 30 feet into the air. And says, "Hey, what are you doing?"
I said I'm
telling
knocking
you.
out all of you until we can talk sensibly.
I'm not trying to fight.
Fine.
Big
as long
Red
as...
just he's up to his tricks again.
Right, then you just stay out of up there. Just sit back nice and quietly. We'll deal with them, and then we'll talk amongst us all civilly. Okay? No flying off too far.
Sounds good to me. And he just leans back with his arms folded. Very nonchalant. He's clearly seen Big Red in a rage many times before. He's just throwing his tantrums as usual. Big Red's just like, "I'll get you!" And he's reloads his arm cannon. Tarquin, you're up.
Alright.
Let's have something a little bit more.
Be able to get to there. I can temporarily be on the same square as Nox. We're providing a... Actually, as I'm small, can I just occupy the same square as Nox permanently, or can I not end my turn?
No, you can. Yeah, you're a small creature.
Okay. Hi, Big Red.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind me. Nox. And then. Yeah.
He's restrained.
What was that, Tarquin? Fine. Key point, flurry of blows, and we'll just do a couple of basic unarmed strikes.
Alright.
There's one. There's two.
Tangle. Nice. You got advantage on these, yeah. Cool.
So
Working.
missed with my initial punch, but knocking my way down, chipping him down. Fortunately, I don't have stunning strike yet, otherwise I would have used that, but what can you do?
There you go. Art for this. You're entangled. Alright, and yeah, he's taking the blows one at a time, still standing even after this punishment. Says, "Why do you stand in front of me? Can't you see the real monster before you? Will, he's lying, just like you lied to me."
Well, once we've got you calmed down and we can talk about this civilly, we'll get to the bottom of things, as I said. You need to keep a hold of that temper, which I know is hard for you because you're literal embodiments of anger, but try.
It's too late for that. He says, now there's crimson spilt. Time for carnage. And he slices at Nox once again, trying to break this spell on him. It does hit even with a disadvantage, and it's just to slice through some of the vines and hit you in the same moment. Now this is an actual concentration check. You'll need to roll. You need to get above a 10. That's a success. So he's in a bit of rage. He strikes again, trying to break the spell completely. Still disadvantage. 11 ain't gonna do it. Just as he kind of rears back for another strike, one of the vines wraps around his wrist and yanks it backwards. Squeamish! Do something! Morgoth's up. Don't even think about it. Step away, Squeamish. And he's gonna probably go for Big Red, being that he is entangled. Gets another hit, slicing him apart. It will be Tanwen after that.
Note for the future, ensure that
More-
Morgoth gets
more-
advantage.
Yeah. Morgoth, remember that we're only supposed to wound, knock him out, slow him down.
I'm switching it up. She turns after a attack. She turns the glaive around so that it's just the blunt end. Whoops! Almost
All right.
forgot.
Okay. Chris, I'm going to step out of character for just a moment. Did I
Okay.
lose concentration on Hunter's Mark when I was in the alligator's mouth? I think I did.
I think
but
you
I
did
can't
because you took a
remember.
massive hit at one point.
Right. Okay. All right.
Can't remember
and I-
exactly.
Okay.
Not on you anymore.
No.
Did you go unconscious?
I think I did. I think
that
I
would've
took
done it too.
such a bad hit. Okay. I was going to bonus action Hunter's Mark on him, but I don't want to waste a spell since we're still so early in the day. So I'm just going to try again, dry my hands off, and whack him with my shillelagh.
You do have advantage, remember?
Yeah, you can roll that again.
Okay.
Oh no!
Jesus.
Double fives.
Okay, my hand's still slippery, and
Yeah.
I'm bleeding still. I'm gonna have to back up. If I back up, I'll do.
Yeah, you're in the
Uh,
thick of it right
I'm
now.
gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tie something around this wound on my arm to get myself to stop bleeding all over my weapons.
All right. And you'll go. Tarquin, Nox. Yeah, it's Nox's go.
Right. I ideally don't want to kill this guy, so I just want to kind of bonk him on the head with my quarterstaff. It's like probably the first time I've ever used it, but you know.
Yeah.
So I'm just target big old red. Oh no, quarterstaff.
That's a hit. You got an advantage, but still a clean one.
I'll take
Don't-
that.
All right. He is getting dazed. You can start to see his eyes maybe roll back into his head for just the briefest moment. Kind of staggering around, but the roots are really giving him a hard time as well.
Good job, Nox.
Yay.
Great strike.
You guys look like you've got it handled. Bella just sort of flies up to where Will is. Can't believe he tried to attack you. Rodolfo, yeah, we'll get another clean shot off on this. Yeah, why not? Another blast. Fires through. Oh, God. That one's rough. I can't get a clean shot when there's this many people in the way. Xaxx.
Alright, let's hope he's low enough for this.
You're gonna try it again.
No, I'm gonna try a different spell.
Okay.
Hope he's. I saw somebody try this earlier, but hope he's primed now to take a little bit of a nap.
Okay. Good luck. You have to roll quite high.
Right there.
It is not enough, I'm afraid. This big red is still standing. And he's just still frothing. It's like, curse you all! So it does slightly, like, his eyes maybe flutter a little bit, but clearly he is an absolute font of anger.
Alright, then I'm gonna use my movement. I'm just gonna climb up here.
Okay. Alright.
Movement. Not wings.
Squeamish. Yeah, gotta get Nox again. Sorry, it's all on you, but it makes sense.
It's all
They've
on
gotta
me.
They gotta break that concentration. So with multiple attacks, he pulls out the sickle and just starts trying to like whack you with it. Okay, that's a hit. Concentration check. To break the spell? No, still holding it. You weather another one? No, that misses.
Me.
Yep, holding the line here, it seems Nox, and most importantly, keeping that entangle going.
Got this. We got this, guys.
Okay. Alright, that is it. Let's go. Back to Tarquin.
Right. Bop. That's a solid hit. And then another flurry of blows.
It's impressive this big red is still standing. You think most creatures would have gone down by now, but there's some perhaps rage that's just boiling inside him, just refusing to let him go down.
Bop, bop. Watch the red caps drop, I suppose, but not quite there yet.
Oh yeah, he's really nearly down.
I just sort of look at him as I'm doing these blows. I'm like, bring it on, Big Red. You can't take me. Bet you can't hit me. I'm literally trying to rile him up to stop him attacking Nox.
Maybe. No, Big Red still wants to get rid of that spell. He doesn't want to be restrained. It's the worst. Disadvantage though is a pain in the ass. Maybe I just force another dex save on you. That could work. No, I gotta move to do that. Alright, he's gonna take another 2 swings at you, Nox. 13, not enough.
Yes.
Rough.
This is a great spell.
God, I wish I had Sentinel at this point.
So there's an option. He thinks perhaps hand hooking away would be a slick move. Nah, he's entangled. Can't do that. He looks around, seeing to perhaps repel away with his hand hook, but the vines like pull his arm down again, and so he has to resort to using his wicked cutlass once more. So we'll go for one more attack on you. Disadvantage. Oh crap, that was the hand hook. That was supposed to be the other one. I'll switch up the damage real quick. So it should have been... what?
D8 and a D4, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's a D8. No, it's just a D8. If you there's a special feature that I was using for something else in it. So it's the same damage, isn't it? No, I rolled a 4. This is even less. Yeah, you took some damage regardless, and either way, you're still holding on to the spell. Big Red looks defeated in this moment as he's unable to break free. Just continues to just rage against this. Morgort is gonna try and knock him out then with a non-lethal glaive attack. We'll say that she's just using the kind of metal shaft and just takes a hit. Don't do it again with the other end. Dunk. Yep. Why is it Morgort always getting the like finishing hits recently? Morgort does succeed in just shoving the butt into his forehead, and he just sort of falls backwards, unconscious. No, he's not dead. He's technically unconscious. All right. So with Morgort taking him down, he looks towards Squeamish and goes, "All right, don't expect you to come quietly either. Come on in, bring it on." And Tanwen, it's back to you.
Okay, but he's knocked out, right?
Yeah, but you've got the other one in front of you here.
Okay, I flat could not see Squeamish for some reason. Then I will try really hard to hit Squeamish. So, with my shillelagh. So we'll see if it works. All right, come on. Tori, come on, baby. Shillelagh.
Oh, no, you've not been having great luck.
No, I haven't, but that's okay. It'll happen.
So Squeamish kind of, especially because when he cut that wound open on you, he probably like rears away from you, like get away from me.
Yeah. My hands are too slippery.
Not.
Right. Are we trying to just incapacitate this dude as well? Or
Yep,
can we
pretty
just do
much.
that? Damn it.
I mean, if you want to do some almost lethal damage and then we just finish him off with a non-lethal, that should be fine, but, you know.
Okay,
Fox, I've been trying to go gentle and I'm having no luck. So we may not want to keep trying to be gentle and just try to get him knocked out.
I think I'm gonna go savage on him. I'm gonna cast Primal Savagery.
Oh no.
Hopefully that won't kill him. Ah,
How did you miss him?
I think you targeted yourself,
Did I?
because it said it
Oh.
misses Nox.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you might have
God.
targeted yourself back. Oopsies.
Or it might be that Primal Savagery is set up as a self-spell because of how
Nah,
it
that's
functions.
what it is. Yeah, I hate
Oh.
those. Yeah, because it's a buff spell, right? It gives you claws, which you then strike with, which
Oh.
conflicts with the.
I'm gonna fix that.
Yeah, we can fix that. But the 15 is actually a hit on this creature, and
Yay.
you deal 6 points of, is it acid?
Yeah, acid damage.
Nasty. He like, what the? What'd you do to me?
Enjoyed that corrosive acid burning your flesh.
That was uncalled for. Don't fight like that, honestly.
I believe that is all I can do at the moment.
Alrighty. Yeah, here's a closer look at Squeamish. Alright, that's all you can do. Then go down to Rodolfo. Oh yeah, that's me, I guess. She probably doesn't show much mercy for these guys. I'm just gonna blast him. With she's been rolling, it's not been great. Oh, never mind. 7 points of force damage. Nearly blasts his whole health. All right, nice. Can end her go. Xaxx.
Right. Well, it looks like you guys have those two down there, but you said all combatants, right, Tarquin? So, Mr. William, other name Mergen, whatever it is. Yeah, I gotta go after you now. Sorry, buddy.
You really want to do this?
Not really. But
He did say he was just gonna talk with us after this, so as long as he holds that, I don't think we need to attack him, but that's up to you.
oh, okay. Oh,
But-
okay. He's just gonna talk then.
Yeah.
All right.
He's just been
I'll
floating
just-
up there anyway. Sort of just taking probably more like the
Never
dodge
mind.
action.
Never mind.
All right.
That didn't work.
Squeamish does somehow resist this.
But I'm gonna use. Oh, it's still my turn. Still my turn.
Okay.
Nox is getting a bit of a beating down there.
Yeah, they are. And you can tell this red cap's about to rear back and go for another set of swings on them.
Let's just boost Nox up a little bit more.
Okay. That might be enough to weather the blows, which are just about to come down. You see, this Squeamish is following orders, and that's how he defends himself. He's like, sorry, Nox, just following orders here. And he does try to again cut at you. No, that's not gonna hit. Ducking underneath, weaving away, and Nox is doing it. She's tanking. Dodge tanking.
He's dodging.
Alright.
He's dodging blows.
Will just takes the dodge action, Tarquin. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that bloodies his own nose, at which point he looks down at it and says, Wait, no! You're not supposed to make me bleed! Ah!
Bop. And that's me this turn.
He looks thoroughly freaked out at this point. Big Red's unconscious. We'll attempt to just knock him out, finish this fight. Again, kind of going for like more non-lethal strikes with the end of the pole arm. And then back to you, Tanwen. Oh wait, that's it.
Yep.
My God, Morgott again. Seriously.
Like I said, it's
Morgott, great job.
Yep. See, this is why I hired her.
She does a great job of just again bringing the butt end of the staff whack metal pole to the head, and he just collapses.
Alright,
Making a very
Now.
strange noise.
Tanwen. I know
Yes, Your
I know
Majesty.
you're good with knots. Could you tie their wrist behind their back?
I will do that. Let me clean my
them
hands
and stuff?
off.
Oh yeah.
And my hands are slippery with blood, so give me just a moment to clean myself up, and then I'll tie them both up.
Yep.
Okay.
Knight of the
Yeah, that ends
Cards.
combat.
Alright. Right now, Will. They're unconscious. They're not going to cause any harm. So now you've got, like, based on average sort of time, knocked unconscious. I think it's 1d4 hours out of character, unless they're healed. So
Yeah.
we've probably got at least an hour before they wake up, unless they got some insane, like, recovery. So plenty of time for us to have a nice little chat about exactly what's going on. Don't you agree?
Where do you want me to start?
Well, I don't know about you, but when I want to tell a story, I tend to start at the beginning.
Oh, something tells me you already know part of that.
Yeah, but I've heard that from Big Red here, so now I want to hear it from you, and I want 100% the truth. If you lie to me, I will be very annoyed.
I haven't lied to you.
Good. So, Alright, so I'm just going to come up there whilst Tanwen's doing that. Let's sit down on this ledge here, and you can, you can just...
Well, I think I'm fine up here for the time being, seeing as you took a swipe at me.
That was mostly because I thought you weren't going to play nice and you might attack us or attack them rather than just sitting there, so I apologise for that, but as you're willing to play nice, that guy he even puts his quarter staff down, that of course, so can't reach you like 30 foot in the air, and Anyway, so, from what I understand, from what Big Red has told us, this is just, I'll just get it out of the way, you have some monstrous powers, apparently. Not exactly sure what he means. You were responsible for at least some of the children being sent to Scabbethers. You're now trying to get them out, which I'm guessing is you trying to fix your mistakes. And...
You can tell he sort of hangs his head, almost guilty, a guilty look over his face.
And Will isn't your... Will is the name you've perhaps chosen or were given, but isn't the true name considering your Fae, so... I'm not sure if those can change. Not expert on true names, but yeah, so... You said you made a bad deal, so that seems a good starting point, because I'm guessing said deal is why you started kidnapping children.
He looks down at you, and his expression has definitely dropped into a sort of guilty look. He says, I never planned on doing any of that terrible stuff. That wasn't me. I remember getting out of the book, getting out of Fable Rise, and then exploring thither. First time I had freedom, and I wanted a way to rewrite my history, my ending. And well, I heard rumors of a powerful witch that lived here. And so I sought her out. Thought maybe she could help me. Maybe she had a power to sort of fix things and, I don't know, help me figure out who I am.
Okay. So you went to this Scabatha because you were looking for a way to rewrite your stories and have true freedom, essentially.
He says, yeah, but it didn't work out. She offered me more than just that. Said that freedom wasn't necessarily something in her wheelhouse, but that she could grant me power. Maybe with that power I could, do more. Defeat my enemies and maybe write my own story. But I should have been more cautious. I should have thought about the consequences. The hag said she would help me figure out who I was, or rather, she promised that I would become someone new. That's how the children got kidnapped. It's all a bit of a blur, but I remember the hag casting a spell on me. Something changed within me. My mind, I felt almost like a prisoner inside my own mind. It was like a nightmare. I could see what I was doing, but I wasn't in control of it. I tried to resist, and all I felt was pain spiking into my head. It was awful. I felt like I was gonna die if I tried to stop it. But I definitely got more powerful. It was a terrible power, though.
And now
This,
you want to make
this,
up for it.
yeah, this went on for far too long. And now I realize my mistake. I should have never made a deal with that damn hag. I need to get them out. It's my responsibility. It's my fault.
Well, as I said, we have our own vested interests in Scabatha's place. I'll keep the actual details to myself. But getting the children out seems like a good enough goal. Huh.
You can't trust that hag. She's rotten to the core.
How many children does she have right now?
He does begin to sort of think. At least 8, I believe.
And was
Bella, do you remember? And he like turns to his little fairy companion. Was you keeping count? Let me see. But go on, Tanwen.
was anybody else helping the hag to collect children, or was it just you?
I don't know who was helping her before, but I think there was one boy there already. She's clearly like had him the longest, more than anyone. I think he was about about 12 years old, maybe. Probably the oldest of them. I got the others. I think there's about 11 of them in total.
Okay.
You didn't happen to see, and I'm going to describe the halfling or dwarf that proposed, but then was like got laughed at and ended up being taken through because that was taken by Sopig, who I think is Scabatha's, right?
Right.
So I'll just say, does that description ring any bells? I can't actually remember their description myself, but
Yeah, they kind of just had like thick, bushy sideburns, brown hair,
but they
kind of
turned
like
into
chubbier
a
people.
child as they went through, right?
Yeah, that's right. He says, you're trying to like describe them or give them a name. He says, well, I don't think I kidnapped someone like that just by that description. And if there was one there, a halfling, did you say?
Yeah, I think so.
There are a couple of halflings there.
Okay, alright.
There's a Lightfoot and a strong halfling, but I don't know about if they match your description.
Well, you can always find out. They got turned into a child when they got brought through. It's kind of a weird one. There's this whole thing with like a machine or something that caused the casting of a spell that made his beloved laugh at him when he attempted to propose, and then he fled and basically fled into Prismia. So, trying to get them back.
Is the
Have you?
toy workshop, does Scabatha live in the same building, or is it more like a village and she lives near the toy workshop?
Loomlurch is a giant tree. It's hollowed out, and it's like got rooms and doors. It's her home and a workshop. It's all kind of
Okay.
one thing.
And what guards the children? What keeps them in the toy workshop?
That'd be them damn tin soldiers. They're
Okay.
on patrol, and they will alert all of them as soon as you make an attempt to get out.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like animated like suits.
Okay.
They patrol the balconies. They charge forth if anyone is doing something suspicious near them. So we've tried to come up with like a plan to maybe like distract them. But there's at least like 8 of them, I can tell. Maybe even more inside. But if you plan on getting into Loomlurch, yeah, you're gonna deal with them one way or another.
Yeah. From what we've heard or read, the way to take them down is to take down some sort of like drum that controls them, and then they just stop working.
Yeah, I have seen them marching to the beat of a drum.
And Xaxx, I'm sorry I cut you off. What were you going to ask just a minute ago?
Oh, I was gonna ask if you've heard of anybody who's turned into like a person that's turned into a toy while at this shop.
Hmm. Kind of thinks to himself. I've seen things in there, stuff that she's able to animate, like the armors, for example. Whether they were people before, I don't know. Maybe, but the hag, I wouldn't put it past the hag to have some sort of weird power. I mean, she was able to take over my mind for a while.
Yeah, because we have a couple people here who are the closer we get, the more they turn into toys. I'm just wondering if that was a normal thing or if it was sort of um special or different for them.
I don't know. I'm not sure on that one.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you. The children there, though, they don't seem to be turning into anything.
They're not okay. Well,
No,
that's good, I think.
Yeah.
they just
Speak.
get worked to the bone. That's all.
But not harmed, because then the Feywild itself would lash out against them. Prismia would.
Nope, no harm has come to them.
Hmm. They're playing. They're playing exactly by the rules and using those rules to their advantage. A difficult way to play, but you've got to give them some credit for it, I guess.
See, I
Also,
guess, Tarquin, I've never understood why mental harm doesn't count. I mean, yeah, they're not doing physical harm to the children, but taking them away from their families and forcing them to work until they're exhausted, building things that they can't play with, it's got to be taking a huge toll on them.
I'm
I don't understand why this is being allowed to happen.
I'm guessing that when the rules were put in place, they hadn't considered that. They considered just physical harm, because they never considered that this area would ever be something that could cause mental harm to an individual.
Yeah.
This is meant to be a land of joy and prosperity and, the ultimate, basically the ultimate forest vacation hotspot, but then the hags
Well,
moved in and, well, they've warped that.
even with the hags here in the warp forest, it is an amazing place. And I can feel connected to it more and more every day. I came here to find my doll as a way of reconnecting with my childhood and my grandmother, but I am so glad I found this forest. I am so glad I had a chance to be here now, even if it is corrupted, even if there are hags. This is one of the most amazing places I can ever imagine.
Bella agrees with you and says, "Yep, I've been living here longer than I can remember. It's been this is the oldest forest I've ever lived in.
Were you?
All the pixies say it's the oldest in existence, maybe. Well,
Wow.
maybe not the oldest, but it's definitely feels old." But you're right. I think the hags have found some sort of loophole in the rules.
Well, that's sort of their specialty. It's why making deals with them is such a difficult thing, because you have to be able to see what loopholes are made in that deal and make sure that they can't exploit them against you. You could say, I'm going to make this deal to, I don't know, gain great strength, and then they actually just make you really smart because mental strength. You know, you've got to be very specific with your wording. It's like genies. Also, Nox, just turn around a moment.
Wait, what? What?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Does
Nox,
does Nox...
could you roll me a D8, Nox? Look, you fate.
Yes, let me. I think no, that's the wrong one. There we go. 8-3.
Yeah, you've not probably been aware of this up till now, but after the kind of adrenaline of the battle has kind of run out, you hear a slight ticking noise, and your motions do feel a little bit more jittery than normal. Almost like you've subconsciously started to kind of move in tandem with the ticking. And as Tarquin gestures for you to turn around, what do you do, Tarquin?
Tarquin just sort of walks over and just twists it round a bit to like make sure they stay wound. So,
Yep.
just in case you weren't aware, Nox, because I realise we've had the pleasure of Solomon's company for a while and not had the joy of your own company. You're slowly turning into a clockwork doll, and we have to keep you wound.
What? How did this even happen?
It
My
feels like you have like a tail, but it's actually up somewhere on your spine. And as Tarquin's turning it, you feel kind of feel a bit like woken up, almost like you get like a splash of cold water, but it's feels like you've been kind of re-energized. You got like a bit of a pep in your step as this winding clicking noise happens. Yeah, and the ticking seems to pick up pace.
Oh wow! I feel a lot more energized. It's
yeah.
such a weird feeling.
So based
Ye-
on I was gonna say, based on the fact this only seems to be happening to you in Tanwen, I'm guessing whatever was taken from you, which I'm still not sure we have the quite 100% set on, was taken by Scabatha, and that's causing this transformation as we get closer.
Mm.
So
Oh
if you ever feel
dear.
sort of run down or low on energy, we should just check that. Tends to happen
And
towards the end of the day.
be careful, I'm getting a lot floppier. I think it's one of the reasons that the red cap was able to tag me and why my hitting with my shillelagh was so bad today. So I'm losing more and more control of my muscles, and unfortunately there isn't a key to wind me up and straighten me out.
Hmm.
So definitely tell the group, tell somebody if you start to feel even worse or something's changing in you.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh, how strange.
It
Um,
is. Trust me, it's very, I mean, granted, stretching is a good thing and being loose before you go into battle is a good thing, but there's too much of a good thing right now.
Hmm.
And I hate the way my cheeks look. All pink cheeked and rosy.
Yep. Heard so. You hear the getaway gang on the top of Little Oak probably shouting out like, "Is it safe to come out now? Fight over? You deal with the bad pirate man?"
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure they're actually bad at this point. I think they're just maybe only know part of the story, and so they're acting as how they understand that part of the story.
Oh,
Yeah, they're upset. They're pretty upset.
okay. What are you gonna do with him?
Well, I'm gonna. I suppose we've got them tied up now. We should wake them up and try to explain things, and if they continue to misbehave, we'll just knock them out, leave them on their boat, and they can do what they want after that.
Will speaks up and says, "It's no good talking to them. Like, I've been fighting back and forth with Big Red for as long as I can remember. It's like in his nature. He was written that way."
He might have been written that way, but that doesn't mean that he's destined to forever be that way. Who we were doesn't necessarily determine who we will be. So I agree with our monarch that we should try again to explain what's going on.
You wanted to rewrite your own story, Will. Is it really that unfair to allow someone else the chance to rewrite theirs? After all, neither of you have reached the end yet.
He kind of doesn't seem to respond to that. Bobby, though, the male dwarf, is growing his first whiskers, kind of says, "You're writing a story? Will? What? What's that about?" And Will kind of like turns to you and like puts his finger out to his lips. "Don't tell the others about everything."
Think of it like this, Bobby. Everyone's life is a bit like a story. You, for some, perhaps more so than others, but you get to decide who you are in your own story. You're the main character. You can choose to be a hero. You can choose to be a villain. But in the end of the day, it's your choice to make. Your story to write. Your life to live.
Wow, mister, that's a lot to take in. Very inspiring.
Yeah. But also, liking the beard. I just give him a thumbs up.
He kind of blushes. He's like, "Yay!" And then Salone, the kind of more sarcastic ginger-haired female wood elf's like, "Beard? You call that a beard?"
It's more than you're growing.
Hey, if I was growing a beard, I'd be worried. Girls don't grow beards. Well, at least elf girls don't.
Exactly. So, don't judge. I'd say, considering the age, it's a fantastic example of what it could be. It could be far worse. That's all I would say. Anyway. Right. Time to... Do we need to wake up Squeamish as well, or should we just talk to Big Red? Or should we just talk to Squeamish first?
I think we should just talk to Big Red, because Squeamish follows whatever Big Red does.
Yeah.
So if we can convince Big Red, then he will tell Squeamish to settle down.
Right, so, he makes sure he's well tied, and then I'm just gonna head over to them and just splash some water on Big Red's face to try to wake him up.
Okay. Yeah, you could probably bring him around after a couple of hours.
Would it be worth us just?
You could use you could use a good berry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get, because I think you gave each of us one of the good berries, didn't you? Or is that how we're normally doing it?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna pop a good berry in his mouth and just make him chew.
Okay.
Just as well, because it looks like you'd have been out for 5 hours.
Yeah.
All right,
Um,
so he does
so
come.
do we get a short rest then?
If you wanted
If
to,
it's
you
been
could wait. You could do the short rest and then wake him up. Yeah, you could do that.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Like,
So yeah, feel free to have a short rest, spend some hit dice,
yep. I didn't need to spend any
etc.
hit dice, but I got my key back.
After an hour, you decide to bring him around, and as he's coming to, he does seem to be almost immediately, instinctively, kind of like reaching for any weapons, but he's tied up, so he's just like struggling against the rope.
I'm guessing
And
Twilight Sanctuary HP would wear off at this point, because I don't think that lasts an hour, right?
it lasts.
It lasts a long rest, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
just only gets refreshed whilst it's up. I'm guessing that's down by now. Okay.
Yeah.
It just doesn't stack on top of it, but it lasts until you take a long rest.
Cool. Alright, wakey wakey, Mr. Captain.
Tie me up.
Yep, because I know if you weren't tied up, your initial instinct is going to be to try to kill us or kill Will, right?
You can't bind the rage that I have for that monster.
Yep, just could you? I know you're an embodiment of rage. I get that, and this is going to be difficult. But would you at least be willing to give me a chance to just explain things a little bit? And then, if you want, I'll even allow you to get one good hit on me afterwards. You know, get some of that rage out, because I admit I hit you quite a bit.
Not that it'll make much of a difference, but sure.
Right. Okay.
We have a deal.
Right. So, Will up there, you obviously know. I'm gonna obviously. I just sort of look to Will and Bella, and I'm just like, Bella, take the kids back to the big tree, and we'll
Yeah,
do
they
this.
head back.
Yep.
Sure.
Because don't want them hearing this. So you're obviously familiar with the beginning of Will's story, the whole coming out of the book thing, right? That's you were in the book too. You were the pirate, the enemy pirate in that, right?
That's me.
Right. So before things begin, you're naturally enemies. That's how you were both written. Am I right?
Right.
Right. And then Will came out of the book, you followed because, you know, you don't want him to escape. Completely get it, that's your story. Now, he obviously wanted to rewrite things for himself to make the ending something better for himself. And, you know, so I get that though. He essentially made a bad deal with Scabatha and lost control of himself, lost control of his mind. This person you know, this monster you know, was and wasn't Will. It was Will without Will, if that makes sense.
It seems to sort of be frowning and trying to like follow along.
So, you've been around for a bit. You've seen like mental control abilities, like mind control and stuff, right? Or you've heard of them, you know, charm spells, things like that, hypnotism.
Think so.
Right. So Will was
Hypnotism.
yeah. So Will was basically hypnotized by this deal. He had, and anytime he tried to resist, it caused him intense pain. Now he is trying to make up for that mistake. He is trying to.
Well, it sounds to me like his luck finally caught up with him.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you're by the sounds of it, considering you're after him because you were still after him because you saw him as the bad guy, right? So you're trying to be the good guy. right? You don't want these children in Loomlurch. You want them rescued, right?
Right, yeah, sure.
Like,
I couldn't care
obviously,
much about the children, just putting an end to Will, or Mugen is all I care about.
well,
He's
if you want to
the
put
problem.
if you want to put an end to him, or the bad side of him, the side, the monstrous side, then you're going about it the wrong way. Because
Even before he was a monster, he would still mock me, play constant pranks,
that, yeah,
non-stop
he's a
fighting.
he's a child. I mean, you're a grown red cap. Come on,
Always try to undermine me,
I get that.
embarrass me in front of my crew.
I get that. I get that. It would piss me off too. I completely get where you're coming from. But at the end of the day, do you
He
know
just
what would
hasn't got a sense of humor.
really get back at him? If you really wanted to piss him off,
Listening.
you rescue the children before he does.
Make
You
me a
be the
persuasion.
you be the hero instead. Please.
Does that fit? Does that fit Big Red's MO? Well, judging from what we've seen in Hook, where he's convinced to take on the kids as his own, actually kind of makes sense in this scenario, since Jan Spinner clearly ripped it off.
Yeah. I
He
mean,
says, "You want me to be the children's hero?
why not?
Not exactly a role model, but
True, but these kids, right?
mm,
Well, what's to say that a few of them might not want to, of their own choice, of course, join your crew? Have a few cabin boys, cabin girls, train them up. They might want to go back to their actual homes, but they also might just enjoy the freedom of the sea.
could teach them how to sail.
Yeah,
We there's always room aboard my ship."
exactly. So, how about we make it a
And
little.
discipline too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
How about we make it a little contest between you and Will there? Who can
Who
rescue the kids first?
can, yes, rescue. I almost said steal, but I meant rescue. Yeah.
Well, hmm, sounds like a competition to me.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be beaten by some child, are you, when it comes to an amazing, daring rescue attempt?
I think we can even up the stakes a bit here.
Okay, what are you thinking?
All right, Will. If I save more children than you do, then you have to come back with me to the book. There you will admit to losing to me in front of all of my crew. Effectively, you're going to restore my good name. And you can quit with your damn pranks. Just because you can fly around like that. Think you have the upper hand all the time? Well, I say, you give it up. Give up the little schemes. Undermining me all the time. Give that up and admit to my crew that I won. I won the war. Will's just like laughing at this. It's like, you're ridiculous. First of all, I'm pretty certain that your crew already knows who the real victor is going to be. And secondly, you don't really believe you can save more children? What, like, Like you said yourself, I can fly. I could probably whisk them out there. Just need to get rid of them tin soldiers, which is where you come in. You can be the perfect distraction.
Honestly,
You're loud, annoying, and he's just like, hey!
hey,
He
Will,
struggles
it
against the
sounds
rope.
like you're afraid of the challenge.
Well, it's not an enticing challenge. What about if I win?
Well, set your odds. What he set his, he wants you to admit you lost in front of your crew and stop your pranking on him and his crew. You know, show that he was victorious against you. Obviously, that's not gonna be good for you. So, what do you want? What do you want that Big Red here can provide?
Well, I heard this forest is crawling with stinking redcaps. So I got a proposition for you. Instead of me coming back to the book with you, you can stay here in thither. And, yeah, don't come back. Don't come back to the book. And I'll just write you all out of it. Sound good? You can make a new crew here in thither. You'll be fine. He seems to be just looking at him like with a blank stare. Oh, and yeah, and take Squeamish with you. I mean, he doesn't even belong in the book. He was born here, right?
Okay. I mean, so in one story you both return to the book. In another, only one of you goes back. I'd say that sounds like a fair proposition. What do
I'm
you
dragging
think?
him back with me.
Well,
There's no doubt.
all you have to do is beat him in the contest, don't you? And he's got to go back.
I'm not going to be the distraction, though.
Don't worry, I'm sure there will be plenty of distraction occurring.
If I'm distracting, how am I going to save any kids? That doesn't... He's just trying to put the odds in his favor.
Of course.
Up to his usual trick.
You can either work together to get rid of the guards so that you can get the kids out from the inside, or you can work against each other and deal with the problems your own way. But either way, that is the contest. However, I sort of look to the others. How about we throw our hat into the ring on this? Will's got his deal. Big Red here's got his deal. But there's at least 8 children. What if the Carnival Cards manage to rescue the most?
This is a 3-way competition now?
What do you think? I'm just saying, do we want to throw our hat in the ring in this competition? Or do we just want to leave it to these two?
Or maybe we can pick teams and then we can go on one person's team and then the other, and we sort of, it's like a
That
scoop.
could be interesting. That could
So,
even
like,
the
some of
odds,
us are
because
working
obviously
with
we
Big
don't
Red.
want Will to risk the kids. So we've got Will and his and Bella. That's one team. We've got Squeamish and Big Red. That's the other.
Yeah, and then we sort of divide ourselves up.
Why don't we flip a coin?
That sounds fun. I like the idea. Okay, so
that way it's up to chance. It's not
how many of us are there?
Well, it's you and me and Xaxx and Rodolfo and Nox Solomon.
And then more gods. So there's 6 of us, so 3 each.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, who wants to join me crew? Team Red.
Red versus green. Damn it, I kind of wish you were blue now, Will.
I mean, Clapperclaw is a non-combatant.
Clapperclaw non-combatant. Clapperclaw can... How about Clapperclaw, you be the judge and make sure nobody's cheating?
Okay.
Not sure what rules there are yet, but...
I'll be cheering you both on from the sidelines.
Right.
I'll replace these lobster claws with, like, pom-poms.
That would... honestly, I'd pay to see that. Right, so...
We'll flip a coin, right?
Yep. So, actually, I've got another idea. Tarquin will grab some bits of grass and or essentially he wants to get like six pieces of something. So, and each one represent one of the party. Right.
Sure.
Will, I'm gonna flip Will and
We
Red.
just draw straws.
Yeah, I'm
It's
gonna
easy
flip
enough.
a coin to decide which of you gets to go first, though. So, because Will's up high, we'll say heads for Will, tails for you. That fair?
He says, no, if you just draw straws, the three with the longest straws joins one team. The three with the shortest straws joins another.
Four straws, because or break off a short and a long. That way, it's also random as to who's the short team and who's the long team. So you and Will draw first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
So
fine. You know what? Do this. I'm gonna have everyone roll a d. I would say 100 that's gonna be the best way. Yeah, everyone roll a d100.
Hold on, where is D100?
It's one at the end of the
roll. Yeah.
Okay, so Big Red rolls 47, and what are we gonna have? Will rolls 57. Okay, so the team that are drawing the short straws are on the Big Red's team.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's talking. Isn't it? So if you got effectively above, what have you got here? Who's the highest ones? We got 94, 95. So Tanwen's definitely on Team Will. Who did I roll a 95?
Yeah,
I
do you
rolled
roll?
95.
Yeah, so I assume that's
that's
Will's roll.
No, that was actually Big Red's. I rolled Big Red's first.
All right,
Okay,
so I'm on Big Red's team.
Yes. And looks like Nox was 74.
Yeah, and I was.
You're definitely with Team Will.
Yay!
And I'll roll for Rodolfo. Rodolfo is with Team Will. Makes sense. And then who's the third lowest?
Well, the 47.
That makes you the final team member of Team Will. So we have Nox. Oops. We have.
So Nox, Rodolfo, and Xaxx.
That's right. Team Will. And the rest are. We have Tarquin, Tanwen, and
Morgoth.
Yeah, our team, Team Red.
Remember, it's rescuing the kids, not chopping them up into pieces.
Yep.
Well, it actually makes sense for me to be on Tarquin's team because I've been assuming the role of his bodyguard every time he introduces himself as a monarch.
Yep.
And, we need to act as his entourage.
I also like that the second in command, the ambassador of the group, or if you want to see Dragon Incorporated, either one, they've gone the other group. It's kind of funny how it's ended up, and the NPC I recruited, I risked my life for, so that makes sense. All right, so Team Pirate and Team Feywild, I guess.
Team Getaway Gang.
Team Getaway Gang versus Team Pirate. Tarquin adjusts his pirate hat.
Yep.
Getaway Gang version 2.0.
All right.
Two Getaway, two Gang.
Getaway Reloaded. Yeah.
Getaway to Electric Boogaloo.
All right. So we head back to my ship to draw out a plan.
Yep, sounds like a wise decision.
And Will
As
says, "Didn't you guys say you wanted to go to Wayward Pool?
That too,
We did do that. Yeah.
Hmm.
Did you want to go there first before Loom Lodge?
Um,
I think we should
Sounds
do
like-
that before Loom Larch. I think
Yeah.
Loom
Sounds
Larch.
like Big Red needs a day to nurse his
Yeah.
wounds anyway.
Big Red,
Yeah.
you head back to your ship. You and Squeamish rest up. We'll join you in once we've checked out Wayward Pool, and then we'll make sure that we get back, and then we'll start off a fresh day, all fully rested and raring to go. How's that sound? And you can use that day to come up with battle strategy. After all, you're the captain here. And Tarquin actually takes off his hat but keeps on the rest of his pyro attire.
Right. Fine. He picks up his hat if you've untied him
Yep.
and says, "Right, come on, Squeamish." Squeamish
Um,
kicks him.
can we get
If
another
you wake
good
up.
berry, Tanwen? We'll just
Yeah, yeah.
We'll just put the good berry in his mouth.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just took my inventory sheet down. So yes.
He does come to, and he's like, "What, Captain? Right away, Captain." He tightens up his red bandana, and they both head off to the Never Landing. Back to the ship. We got battle plans to draw up. And yeah, so they head off. Meanwhile, you guys are left to sort of chill out with the getaway gang for a moment. But they say, "So we're quite close to the Wayward Pool, but you sounded like you got lost on your first attempt getting there."
Yeah, had like a straight shot, but then somehow the forest seemed to change. There were mists and stuff, and we seemed to be traveling far longer than we thought we had.
Mists. Yes.
Before we go, Rodolfo, can you cast mending on my shirt? I got this nasty cut and I don't want to it's healed, but I don't want to walk around with ribbons for my sleeves.
Of course. They cast mending,
Yeah.
and they will fix you right
Thank
up.
you. Thank you, Rodolfo. I appreciate it.
So the Wayward Pool, Bella speaks up and says, "The Wayward Pool is completely untouched by any of the other denizens of the Feywild. It's the one place the hags haven't been able to corrupt. Its waters still are crystal clear, unlike that swamp in Hither. Ugh.
So why is it the one place that's been untouched?
Maybe because of who lives there."
Who lives there?
The fairy kind of just winks and says, "It's a secret."
Ah, that kind of who lives there. Okay.
She keeps it pretty well hidden, too.
Tell me, is it Loom Lurch that is there? Is it Granny
No,
Nightshade?
it's uncorrupted. So
Oh,
if
yeah, but
it's
isn't
not
it? Hmm.
Rudolfo, do you think that this might be the person you've been tasked to find? I don't want to say the name out
Hmm.
loud,
I don't. Apparently, she was supposed to be in a palace, but that
but
doesn't make sense.
right, I'm trying to think of who else would be so good that they could keep an entire area from being uncorrupted. Well, I guess we'll find out when we get there.
The fairy speaks up and says, "I can tell you their name."
That would be lovely.
Lamorna. Lamorna lives there.
Lamorna. Do we know that name? I don't know that name. Who's
We haven't.
Lamorna?
That has not been mentioned until now.
Who
And Bella says that she's the most beautiful being in all of the Feywild. She
is
purifies
she
the
a
water.
unicorn?
The fairy like goes, "Mm,
Oh no, is this our alicorn?
maybe?
Is she an alcorn?
I'll never tell."
Let's go find out who this is. Um, has everybody gathered up all their stuff? Does anybody need a good berry or anything before we head out?
Oh yeah, you're gonna need the things. You hear one of the getaway gang shouting out. You can't just head there because you know the way. It's got a enchantment or something, right, Bella? Bella kind of nods and says, "Yeah, but you kids somehow managed to figure it out. Very resourceful, these little fellas." And you see, is it Zona? Yeah, the tenacious female orc, Zenor says, "Yeah, we made cool outfits. Look, come, we'll show you." And they take you up onto the top of Little Oak, if you can get there. That is, Little Oak will likely help you out, pick you up, take you to the top.
What do you mean that you made outfits? Costumes? We have to dress in costumes before we get there?
Mm-hmm. Yep. The only way to trick the magic. We'll show you.
No, but Nox has a big key in her back and I'm starting to look like a doll. So do we count as already having costumes?
Oh, those costumes won't work, silly.
Okay.
You'll look like one of Granny Nightshade's toys. The magic won't let them in.
Okay. I understand.
So let's see here. Yeah, they take you upstairs. There's other little areas, other tree houses on the there's this little
Sorry.
door.
Oh, sorry,
Ring the door.
that's the Toll the Dead going off.
Sure. What did I say? I got thrown. Right, yeah. There's a little other tree house on top of this tree, and there you can see where there's like hammocks and stuff. Let me see if I can find another picture. Nope, that's the journal. Yeah, here we go. So oh yeah, okay. This beautiful little treehouse got colored kind of drawings. They've got little arts and crafts sections in their treehouse. You can see they kind of glued stuff together with feathers, and they've painted things, and they've got all kinds of like prop costumes. And yeah, I'll just drag on this tile rather than make a new map. It's another map that you could use. I could have used for the actual treehouse. I don't doubt. I doubt you're going to do combat with the getaway gang, so didn't really need this one. But yeah, as you can see, they got like little sections, trunks that they've collected all kinds of trinkets and things. They got like toy swords and toy bows and arrows. They've collected like cotton, baubles, and all kinds of little knickknacks. And there's a whole big pile of like fabrics and clothes that they've kind of clearly used for like pretend makeup. Amongst those, you find that Zena is pouring through something and picks out this kind of like half horse costume. It's where you've got one person's the butt end of the horse, the one's the front, and they say, "And hey, didn't we? Where's the horn? We had a horn for this. Did someone else take this? Someone been going through the stuff?"
No.
Maybe one of you don't remember.
And technically, none of us here went through, apart from the
No,
bit that we.
exactly.
It was Solomon.
Solomon. Damn, Solomon. Yeah, so they don't know where this horn's got to. And like, damn. Okay, well, we can make new ones. Yeah, and they kind of sit you all down at little tables and chairs, and they say, "You've got to make a horn. The only way the magic will let you through." We were playing dress up one day, and we were running through the forest, and we lost Bobby. Don't know where they went. They were dressed as a unicorn, and they say that they came back and they said they found their way into the wayward pool. The rest of us couldn't. We figured maybe it was something to do with the costume. Sure enough, we all tried on different like horns, and Bobby showed us to the glittering, misty lake. Only unicorns can reach the shore, but the magic can't tell the difference. So, if you pretend to be a real unicorn, you'll get through.
I already have horns, so what do I do about that?
Isn't that like a bihorn, a corn?
Yeah, I'm like a binicorn.
Binicorn, yeah. No, you have to be a unicorn, silly. You can only have one.
What if I like hide one under a hat or something?
But what else? Like, or chop one off.
No.
Yeah, don't be mean, Salone. Ugh. Sorry about her. Why not, yeah, a big hat that goes on the top of both horns? I don't know.
And then you could then have a horn attached to that hat as your unicorn horn.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll make a horn that connects the two horns into one horn. Then it's like a singular horn that just splits at the bottom.
I have a beautiful horn that Tarquin carved for me out of a dragon's horn. Can I use this, or do I need to make a pretend
Oh,
one?
oh yeah, I think that will work.
Okay.
You got the dragon sword. Yeah, you can turn it, like adjust it so that it's kind of
Yeah.
it doesn't look
Well,
like
I
it's
mean,
lopsided. It's like
okay. I'll tie a scarf or a piece of fabric around it
yeah,
and then tie it around my head.
yeah. You've got all kinds of little fabrics here. You can easily
Yeah.
find a scarf or a thread.
Tarquin will tie one of his snake fang darts to his head. Will this work?
Snake darts. It's a tiny horn. What if we glue the others together?
I mean, I'm quite small, so can't I just be like a young unicorn, a foal?
Bella shouts, "You look like an Amaraj!"
Yeah, I mean I'm a rabbit, so if they're gonna allow anything through that's got a single horn, that probably works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look like a cute Amaraj.
Thank you.
They have you kind of attach this dart to your head. Oh, yes. You want to?
I've had a look in my bag, and obviously you said that Solomon had taken the unicorn horn.
Yeah, you've taken a couple of things.
Yeah,
One of them
I've had a good rummage in my little loot bag and I found a unicorn headpiece.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna
This
pop
one's
that
made
on.
of like paper mache, and it's decoratively colored, so like each part of the spiral goes up in like a rainbow.
Yeah, so fingers crossed that works.
Hey, that's what we were looking for. Do you want to help tie it to your head?
Yes, please.
The kids help to tie a little ribbon, and yeah, make sure your hair doesn't get like all tangled up in there. And they say, "Guys, you look amazing, like a herd of unicorns." I'm sure it's called a herd, right?
Yeah, it's a herd.
Okay. Well, when you're ready to go, you just head back the way you came. You should reach the pool in no time.
All right, that's you coming too, or
Well, the kids.
yeah.
Well, Will says he's got a meeting. He wants us to draw up a plan for tomorrow. But
That's fair. We'll find our way, and we'll find our way back.
you've only got enough props for
Yeah.
some of you.
After all, they say a group of unicorns is called a blessing, so let's use that blessing to find our way there and back again.
Oh, blessing. I like.
It's the actual,
Morgort is-
it's the actual proper group now, and I just looked it up because I was curious.
That's cool. Morgort's also probably going to try and find a horn to accompany you. What does she find? Probably finds a 2 bits of wire from like a coat hanger or something, and kind of puts a sleeve of fabric over them, and then twists the 2 wires together so that the 2 different tones of fabric sort of turn into that spiral shape. And there you go. It's kind of like a really like bouncy one. Like whenever she hops, it's kind of like doing doing, bouncing up and down. She says, "I hope this works." And lastly, Rodolfo. We'll say Rodolfo hangs back here just because it's easier for now. If they want to catch up, they can do. Actually, it's a shame Rodolfo isn't here because there's might be some good questions Rodolfo wants to ask. In fact, you know what? I'll actually say Rodolfo does come along. They find probably a bit of wood that was like off of maybe a throne or a chair or something, and they use that, kind of carve it a little bit to resemble a horn. All right, so as you guys are approaching the outskirts of the lake, although you don't see the lake, you can see there is a mist that sort of hangs and clings to the roots and the bases of the trees. And as the light of the little oak's treehouse sort of just barely goes out of view from behind you, is when you start to feel the moonlight kind of shining through the canopy. And for some of you, especially Xaxx, the sight of the moon finally, after a long twilight, fills you with a soothing comfort and a closeness to your goddess. Though the moon is giving off enough light, it's still kind of fairly dim and difficult to see with the sort of low-hanging mist. And the kind of moisture in the air feels, for at least Morgort, they can sense like water is nearby, and they're like, I think it is this way. Perhaps everyone still got their horns up?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Both of them.
I can feel moisture on my skin. Let's hop this way. And they just hop along a few routes more
Yep.
for coming to a clearing. And let's take you to the map. Wayward Pool.
You know, Xaxx, I can see why you worship the moon or the goddess of the moon. There's a simple serenity to the moonlight. It's nice.
It's a comforting. I don't will say it sounds strange to say this because it's the moon and nighttime, but for me it's seeing the moon and being in the presence of the moon. It's like a comforting blanket of warmness, you know, like not too hot, but also like nice, just
Yeah.
right, like a fresh baked cookie.
Yep. So
Yeah.
does that make the craters the chocolate chips?
Oh, chocolate chips or macadamias or
Yeah.
you know, if you do like an oatmeal cookie, oatmeal cookies are good too, or
Nah.
peanut butter cookies if you're not allergic and people around you aren't allergic to that. Those are also really good. Sugar cookies, which are also really good. Or you can do like a wafers, which have a lot of little small divots that are kind of like that, but they're also very crumbly and they make a big mess, but they're delicious. Wafers are fantastic. You can also do something like a macaron, but that's a little bit fancier and it's like a sandwichy thing. It's like a sandwich cookie thing. But yeah, lots of cookies are great.
But yeah, I do agree with you on the whole moon being like a warm blanket thing. I quite like the moon. I've always felt a bit more in touch with the moon than the sun.
Sounds like you're like me. You like moon stuff. You like dragon stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But
You punch things.
Yeah.
I don't punch things.
yeah. And we both like creating organizations.
I just got the one.
Yeah.
Oh.
As you finish your conversation on chocolatey treats, there is indeed a clearing that you've just come out into. There is a slight dense mist floating across the water, but you can clearly see all the way in the distance there is it's like a small island, and on it there is, just peeking up above the mist, there's like a empty kind of brazier, and there's like a couple of trees dotted on them as well. And indeed, these were described as sort of having this kind of silvery kind of leaves to them that reflect in this moonlight. But yeah, it's quite a ways off, and it's in the middle of the lake. You guys are all the way down on the shoreline, somewhere.
Gosh. Can I walk into the water a little bit? I want to see if there's like how clear the water is. Maybe we can see if there's anything splashing around. Because sometimes when we get near water, there's stuff in it that we should be wary of. But I don't know. I feel like this is maybe a little bit safer.
Yeah, as you do, you feel like there's just a slight resistance just at the forefront of your head, and Rodolfo would spot this, other than only because they've got this eldritch sight that sees all magic, and they sort of describe it to you as if your horn is sort of piercing a very delicate thin curtain, and it kind of like pushes through as you step into the water, and it is kind of cool and refreshing. It's crystal clear. You can see straight to the bottom.
Wow. I'm gonna dive down a little bit. I'm gonna swim.
Okay. Yeah. You submerge yourself and feel these clean waters run over your scales.
Yeah. Look up at the moon.
Xaxx?
And I'm just
Xaxx, are
gonna
you okay?
Yeah, it's all good. Everything seems to be fine. I'm just gonna flip onto my back and float there, staring up at the moon.
Yeah. There's this serenity that sort of fills your senses. The moon just watching you. You staring back at it. It's a calm and a peace here that you haven't felt in a while. No dangers around. At least none that you can perceive. You feel like you're just drifting lazily across the lake.
Yeah. Sort of gently guiding myself towards the thing in the middle, but like not in any particular hurry.
Sure. Yeah. You just see Xaxx slowly drifting off. Like a leaf on a pond.
Wow, should we let him go that far?
Well, you're more than willing to go. I'm more than happy for you to go in after him. I'm gonna stay on the shore and just paddle and enjoy the water on my feet. But
We're gonna lose our Xaxx.
he can swim. I'm sure he'll be back.
Okay.
I mean,
Maybe
I don't
I'm
know.
just being...
I can't swim, so I can't do anything about this.
Okay. So you chill out on the shore,
Yeah,
perhaps just on a
paddling.
nearby rock.
Yeah, I'll probably sit on this rock, actually, just paddle his feet in the water. He can't.
It feels very clean. You can see some of the dirt and grime falling away between your toes, and the dirt just sort of vaporizes almost, like it just dilutes away in the water, almost like it just sort of it purifies things. And...
Finally got that residual butter off.
yeah. In fact, you even feel tempted to put your own hands in there, knowing that they kind of always got that weird mucusy gunk that seems to secrete from it.
That's a really good point. Tarquin will just sort of go on all fours, like Bugs Bunny, sort of start bouncing about.
Okay. Yeah.
After all, he's pretending to be an actual rabbit unicorn at this point, the Mirage, so just sort of all fours, sort of just.
You definitely feel like the kind of grime and an oily texture, it does rinse away. And for the first time, you can actually like see the kind of natural fur underneath, kind of being conditioned almost.
This is nice.
Well, I guess I'm gonna try taking a dip as well. It looks like you and Xaxx are having a wonderful time. So, I'm gonna pull off my bow and my backpack, set them very carefully on the edge, and pull off my boots and go wading in the water as well.
Yeah. All right. So you sort of just wade in for a few feet. Rodolfo is looking around as well. Like, are we going to have to swim across, or I don't see a boat anywhere nearby. Looks like Xaxx has it covered. As Rodolfo kind of steps forward, just a few paces, they're met with a bit of resistance. And in fact, even if their feet kind of just pressed the shallows of the water, there is a sort of sizzling noise. And you look over towards where Rodolfo is, and there is indeed what looks to be like steam coming off of their feet, like it's vaporizing the water. That scorching sound, like when water hits a pan. Sizzling. Morgoth's like mortified. What the? Rodolfo, you are scorching hot apparently, or something else is happening with the water. Are you boiling alive in there, everyone?
No, this feels incredible on my feet.
Why is Rodolfo steaming? That is not natural.
I don't know if it's natural for a sorcerer, but it's not natural for a human.
He probably steps away again, thinking, some kind of reaction with the water, perhaps?
Huh. All right. Well, I'm gonna wash my face and splash water on my arms and get out and put my boots back on. If Rodolfo
That's
is
perfect.
steaming, then I need to get out and make sure that we're not having danger.
Probably burns away the temporary hit points that they had, just in damage, and they're like, that actually did scorch a bit. They kind of like look down at their feet. Their shoes are completely unharmed. Like, there's no damage to them. But as Rodolfo is kind of pulling off the boots, there are like burn marks, like they've been submerged in boiling water slightly.
Wow, that is.
Is
Hmm.
not right? Well, I'm definitely not going to swim in that. Don't know how Xaxx is, but you see Xaxx is just like
I'm just
like another dozen feet away.
just drifting away, humming to myself, ignoring everything and all these people and their issues.
Ignoring all these people in their issues.
Morgul seemingly tiptoes in, just making sure it's safe. I'm afraid it is just you, Rodolfo. I'm not sure why, but I'm not having any trouble here. And they seem to start taking off bits of their armor and enjoying the calm, cool waters. Soaking my skin finally.
Well, I can definitely understand why you would enjoy that. Um, Absolutely, Morgott, and you deserve it. You have worked hard for the last couple of days.
Xaxx, as you're humming to yourself, you actually almost hear this kind of serene melody in the air as well, almost like a siren song, just gently caressing your ears in the water. It seems to just sort of almost pull you closer. You've almost sort of stopped paddling entirely, and you just feel like you're being drawn by this music.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it take me and just go towards the music.
Okay, sure. And it's almost like this sort of singing, this almost soothing humming is sort of matching yours, almost trying to harmonize with you.
Ah.
You're gonna
Oh,
give
not
me a
very good.
performance check as you try to like perhaps like harmonize back. You know what it reminds you of back in the carnival. It reminds you of the actual mermaid, the Palash, the way she was sort of singing into the audience atop her crystal ball, her crystal clam thing. That moment captured everyone's hearts, and it seems like yours too is sort of falling for this beautiful song. And Xaxx, as you get closer and closer, you feel the water suddenly rippling around you, and there's this shudder to the earth. It's not violent, but it feels as though suddenly you're being lifted up slightly. And as Xaxx, you begin to sort of see the stones underneath the water, right at the bottom. They've kind of come loose from the ground and have risen up like platforms, interconnecting to make that of a bridge, just on the few, like the last like 40 or 50 or so feet towards
I
the
guess I'm
island.
walking.
Yeah,
I guess I'm walking. Okay.
I guess you are a little bit.
Yeah.
And
I'll walk the on the stones then.
Okay. Sure. I'm just going to drag you over to another map. So I've got all the maps. Yeah, as these platforms have kind of rose up, you get a better view of the island before you. These little cobblestones lead up to this brazier sat in the middle. It's the only thing that looks man-made in this area. Everything else is like this untouched, pure nature. And yeah, you can tell me what you do when you get to this picturesque vista.
I guess I don't. Do I see anything besides this cauldron in the middle?
You can make me an investigation check, because at the first, it looks like it's empty, all but perhaps a few charred kindling at the bottom. It does look like someone has lit a fire in here before, but searching around for anything doesn't look like there's necessarily any instructions or anything in the ash.
Well, it's probably some sort of a secret message you got to say into it. Alicorn, go.
Okay, you say
Did it
that.
work?
Does that work? You wait for a response, perhaps. But doesn't seem like anything appears before you. At least not immediately, but you do swear you see the kind of mist shift and almost dance and swirl around you. Feels like you're in the epicenter of the swirling kind of mists here.
You know what? I feel pretty good right here. I'm gonna take off my armor finally. It's got to dry out a little bit anyway. I gotta take off my armor and just sort of just go down to just a robe or something, just so it's nice and
Yeah.
I'll just sort of, I guess, wait for the others to get here or something to happen or somebody to show up. I'll keep looking at the middle of this thing and seeing if I can figure out what. Hello,
There are
I heard some
people.
singing. Is there anybody here? Oh, I have. No, I don't have any carrots anymore. Sorry.
The only thing
I have.
it's at the very bottom of the bowl. You can make out there's a few coals that are still left, but they're obviously cold.
Can I touch one of the coals?
Yeah, there's no heat coming from them. These are long burnt out. You reckon there's enough coals in there to, if you wanted to start up a new fire, there would be enough coals in there. Just
Oh, I guess.
really hot.
I guess maybe I should start a fire. I have a wand of prestidigitation. I can use that.
That
I'll
would do
use
it.
that to see if I can start a new fire.
Yeah. Okay then. So yeah, with a simple flick of the wand, you can like light a candle or light a torch, and in this case, you simply aim it at the coals, and you see them begin to sort of glow. Little ember starts to burn, and it quickly catches onto the dry coal. Before long, the coals are burning a kind of bright, almost kind of red and pink kind of flame.
Oh,
And
that's interesting.
yeah, there's just this moment or two when you watch as the mists around you seem to almost shift and react to this fire. Almost like they've just all suddenly, in one turn, changed the direction in which the winds were blowing them.
Oh, I can. Oh, I can make some tea as well. I have scatterleaf tea as well, and I'm going to walk in around the cauldron in a 5-foot radius circle, and scatter the tea leaves on the ground. Um, to do this ritual, and it's going to cause in that area is the effect of protection from evil and good.
Okay.
and I get a cup of hot, delicious tea that magically appears in my hands.
Yeah. The tea is what you're really there for.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
gotta warm up after the swim there. But so it's
So,
a nice like it's the evening, right? So it's like a chamomile, nice calming tea. Not a lot of caffeine or anything like that. Just a nice smooth tea with a little bit of lemon and probably more than I should of honey in it.
okay. You can hear like a slight sniffing sound in the air as the
Well,
mist like gets
did
closer.
did you want some of this tea? I haven't drunk it yet, so it's still fresh. I can share it with you if you want.
As the mist come towards you, you see that the tea leaves seem to form that of like a barrier. There's like a pillar of clean air, whereas the mists around don't seem to be able to enter.
Oh crap! The protection from good and evil thing. Maybe I'll come out. I'll walk out of the circle with the tea.
Um, as soon as you do that, the lakeshore mists begin to part, and they reveal a white horse with a single gleaming horn on her brow. She stands perfectly still, silently observing you.
Okay.
Have some.
I oh are do you want some tea? I don't know if I can maybe I can pour it into a larger vessel so you can I don't know if this cup is too narrow for you, but I can pour it into something a little bit bigger maybe. Let me see what I got. I have a bowl. I can put it in this bowl here. I'll put some of the tea in a bowl. Maybe you can enjoy it there.
They seem to take one or two steps closer as you begin pouring into the bowl, almost like you're drawing it in, one curious thing at a time.
It's very good. I think if you try it, you might like it. And I'll pour some in the bowl and I'll take a sip myself just to show it's safe. It's safe. It's fine.
It gets closer still, as you say. It's safe. It's fine. You feel like there's this. I mean, you're used to sort of telepathic communication already, being a gem
Oh,
dragon.
I
There's
can
some,
speak to it.
there is a sudden connection, but it's not one that you open up. It's one that's it's sort of one that's almost opening the door to your mind, and it's when you say it's safe that you hear that voice in your head sort of say, safe, safe.
Oh, I can telepathically speak to you. I forgot to do that. I'm gonna keep forgetting I can do this. I'm gonna telepathically speak to the horse, to the unicorn. Can you understand me? And I'll hold the bowl a little bit closer to it. It's okay, but just want to know if you can understand me if you're able to talk.
I can. And you can understand me.
Yes,
Yes?
I can. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I telepathically I can do this stuff. I keep forgetting I have that ability. Probably could have used it in other situations, but yeah,
You lit
you
the fire.
reminded me. Yeah, I lit the fire. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to do that or if it was like safe or right to do that, but I figured it was, to help dry myself off because of the swimming in the water would help. And then maybe the fire's a good thing for you. I don't know. But if you don't want it, I can turn it off.
It is fine. You can still hear this kind of voice in your mind echoing. I am just curious as to why you've come here. I'm sure it's more than just sharing tea.
Well, yeah. I mean, a couple reasons. One, we were in this other place before called Hither, and they had a place that's similar to this. it was called the Watcher's Pool, and the Watcher who lived there, he was like connected to that place, and there was some moon rocks there, and I kind of thought maybe there'd be moon rocks here as well, or something like moon E or moon related or something, but I don't know. That's I was sort of just curious about that. But then also, uh, unicorns. We were at this carnival, and the unicorns on one of the rides told us to find the alicorn, and that you might maybe you're like the queen of the unicorns or like the ruler of the unicorns or something, and so we were trying to find you to see about what we could do to help out the unicorns. I the others are better at this stuff than I am, if I'm being completely honest. I guess I just got here before they did. But we don't mean you to harm. We're fun people.
They have guided you to me. Yes. The ones at the carnival. They
Yeah.
spoke.
Yeah, they spoke to us. They told us about. We didn't know what it was. They just said like find the alicorn or go get to the alicorn or something like that. I gotta find. I have it written down somewhere.
There is a sort of moment when this unicorn's head turns away at the mention of the alicorn repeatedly.
Oh,
They sort of look down
okay.
at the waters.
Are you
And
okay?
as you ask that, there is a sort of telepathic flood of emotions that you are hit with effectively. Grievance, just an intense sorrow and grieving emotion. And you see the waters around begin to animate. As she speaks, she says, "You seek my mate." And
Oh,
before you, you see that image, the waters, they've turned, not that one, no, not the text, close that. Meant to send
play your heart.
that.
Oh,
That's what I meant to say.
it's a very descriptive piece of literature you have there.
Cool.
Oh, sorry.
I was trying to send the image. There you go. That animated before you is almost like a reflection of herself. And she says, This is the alicorn you seek, except he is no longer with me."
What do you mean? Is he just gone, like disappeared, or is he like um not like no longer alive? Like, can we
There's a
save him and
pause.
bring him back? Sorry,
There's
I
sort of
interrupted
this,
you.
yeah, there's like this pause for a moment as you see them just staring into what they clearly have as a deep, intimate bond, and they turn back to you and then back to them. "I am uncertain. I know that something terrible has happened to them. Their horn was used for a despicable spell,
No.
one that trapped Zybilna. She once ruled Prismir. This horn
Yeah,
is likely a component of such a spell."
I for better or worse, I think I might know where the horn is, or maybe where at least a couple ideas on where it is. So maybe we can at least retrieve the horn for you, and maybe if we can find, maybe we can find your mate, and then all at the same time.
You would retrieve Eladon's horn?
Eladon, yeah, we would retrieve Eladon's horn. Yeah, I mean, if it's where we think it might be. I mean, there's some
I believe
bad witches, hags, people who are doing things to Prismere, and we think that this might be, if it's used in the spell, might be used with them. Yeah.
the cruel hag stepsisters. They
Yeah.
are the ones responsible for this.
I agree.
Scabbeth Nightshade, Avlorna Blightstraw,
Yeah.
and Endelyn Moongrave.
Yeah, she's the worst.
They are the ones who imprisoned the ruler, Zybilna. She may have been vainglorious, perhaps even deceitful at times, but her magic kept Prisma safe, isolated. This imprisonment ended that safety. It all happened when they captured my mate, Eladon. They stole his horn, used its magic to imprison Zybilna in her stronghold, and she looks off into the distance, in the palace of Heart's Desire.
Yeah, I think that's where we have to go eventually. I just want you to know, before the others get here and you know, too many people are talking and making plans and whatever happens. I understand the feeling of loss that you have. You know, not knowing where your mate is, or if they're alive. I have a not exactly the same type of situation, but I guess it's kind of similar. So I just want you to know that at least one person understands the loss you're feeling, and the I'm not even sure how to say it.
You don't need to. I sense your emotions through this bond. You are under the same uncertainty as I.
Can you see, if I think about stuff, can you see it? Like if I think about a donut, do you see a donut in your mind? Is it like, does it telepathically translate to you?
And you sense of the unicorn sort of almost smiles slightly as if there is a donut right in front of them, almost like pictured at the end of their horn, like it's like the ring's gone over the horn. Yes, I see it.
I mean, the donut was just kind of an example.
And she animates
I'm
the
gonna.
water around her as well. She'll actually make like a water donut that rises up.
It looks delicious, actually. I like the swirls you did on it. Um, I'm gonna think. I apologize. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. Oh, sorry, what's your name, by the way? I didn't get your name because I kept on thinking you were somebody else.
I am Lamorna.
Lamorna. Oh, right. We did learn about your name. Lamorna.
And you are?
Sorry. Sorry. I'm Xaxx. Xaxx.
Pleasure to meet you, Xaxx.
Nice to meet you as well.
Glad you have
Um,
finally made it here.
it's been, yeah. I mean, like when I've had visions of, it's not. I don't know if this is the place, but I had visions of somewhere that's like another place that I think has a meteorite. And so
Hmm.
I thought this might have been the place, but I think this is not the place. I think there's someone else. I'm not the brightest all the time, so I apologize for that.
Perhaps you were close.
It may be. So I keep on thinking that I keep on getting these like messages or feelings that I'm like on the right path, or like I'm on a path getting closer. So I just gotta sort of trust in that. But if I can do something, and I don't know how this is gonna turn out, and I apologize if it's jarring to you. But I don't know if you can decode, or if it's clearer to you. But I'd like to think about something, a picture I have in my head, and I don't know if you can.
Oh,
illustrated, or if you see it clearer than I do, maybe.
You have restored hope that you will find my mate. If all I can do is help restore some of yours, I will do what I can.
And I'm gonna try really hard and think about my parents
Okay.
or where I'm from.
Where you're from, your origin, your heritage. That immediately springs to mind an imaginative kind of creation of these grandiose like dragons that perhaps maybe gave birth, or maybe they were dragonborns before you. It's hard to know. It's like your imagination's filled in all the gaps and the memories as you try to fill out what those memories are, which ones are true, which ones are just just your creative mind going wild. There's this murky kind of murky fog, excuse me, and shadow, and that shadow you recognize as well as a creature, a being that perhaps took the memories in the first place. There's that shrouded blanket over them. Every time you try to like pierce through them, they just get darker and darker. The mourner says that there is a curse clouding your memory. Yes.
Yeah, you don't see it
It's,
either, right?
I
Like,
don't, but
yeah.
like me, I feel as though you would know. You would know if something had happened to them. I believe Eladon is alive. If he wasn't, I feel like I would have sensed it. And like you, I feel you feel the same way. They're out there. They're out there somewhere. Yes?
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. They're out there somewhere.
They're
I just
alive. Perhaps they're looking for you as well. But that
maybe I have
curse,
no idea.
that shadow, that is undoubtedly the hag's doing. Those cruel stepsisters. That is the work of Endelyn Moongrey.
That's why she's the worst.
She's stolen more than memories. She has stolen time itself.
Yeah.
She's stolen the safety and the homes of others in Prismere. She's stolen the love of my life. She is a thief that needs to be put to an end.
I don't disagree with you there. I have a feeling that the second I see Moongrave, it's gonna be yeah. I'm gonna make her into a stew and I'm gonna feed her to the crocodiles.
She kind of nods almost approvingly. This curse is the only thing stopping you from seeing the truth. Find a way to end it. Retrieve what was stolen. You will have a clear path.
Tarquin, I don't mean to sound hysterical now, but Xaxx has been gone for a while.
You
Um,
true.
Do you think we need to go rescue him?
Back to
I
the
mean,
others.
seriously, I haven't heard screaming, but seriously, he has been gone for a while. I don't mean to be hysterical, but seriously.
Tarquin will consider this for a moment.
the-
Looks like Nox might have gone after them, possibly. Just sort of considers this and begins just shuffling his deck of cards and goes, I think he's fine. I trust. I trust our friend, and he also has like that telepathy ability that has. I want to say your telepathy only has. Is yours the one that has like a ridiculous range, Xaxx? Or
No,
is it?
30 feet.
Yours is the 30 feet. I'm not sure how long it is, but I'm sure he's he's big enough and purple enough, and honestly, he's right in his domain at the moment. I feel like I don't know why. I get the feeling if we were to go over there and interrupt it, he might resent us for it. Don't know why. I feel like this is
Oh,
his moment.
okay. We just don't have anybody that can bring back the dead.
Yeah, that's true, but we'll just have to
Okay.
wait and see. Trust in our friend.
Okay.
Probably see that the mists have slowly cleared away, with the island in the middle being the center point of that cleansing, and there is a figure that you spot out there, and you see Xaxx as well standing on top of the island. There's that flame that is also giving off enough illumination that you spot the outline of Lamorna, this majestic unicorn, sort of just mystically hovering just above the surface of the water, and Xaxx just seems to be talking to them, but you don't hear anything. It's almost as if they just seem to be silently observing each other. And as you're all watching out into the distance, I guess would you say your attention is pretty focused on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would definitely be watching hard
Mhm.
to make sure that nothing happened to Xaxx. Because, we don't know who this is and we don't know if he's in any danger and, you know, leave no man or dragon behind kind of a thing.
Yeah, makes sense. Uh,
So
all
it just snuck up on us and is about to kill us.
right. No, I was just wondering, because the Warner just seemed to be just sort of watching Xaxx. There's a sense that they are aware of your presence as well. Like almost as if the mist is altogether this sort of mystical kind of divination magic. And indeed, Rodolfo is probably seeing that. There's this kind of haze and aura in the air. Yeah, as you're all just kind of watching and waiting, Nox, you've transformed yourself into a frog and swam over there pretty sharpish now. So you kind of catch up in the middle of this conversation, even though you can't actually hear anything they're saying. You just see that they're both looking at each other, but this unicorn's head tilts slightly to look and gaze upon you, Nox. Ribbit, ribbit. There is, as you say, ribbit. It's almost like you hear your own voice echo in your mind, saying ribbit as well, and a telepathic connection is linked, and says, "Are you with Zach?"
Um, yes, Ribbit.
This is Nox. Nox is like an elf, a nature elf, like a time of the seasons, but also Nox has a similar loss because Nox turns into a different person sometimes, and then they don't remember what happened when they're the other person. But right now, I think they're just a frog. Yeah.
A
Makes me
divided
laugh.
one.
Little bit.
It's been some time since I have seen a divided one, an elf of cycle. Something ails you, else you would have not come to this pool of purification.
Hmm?
Approach.
Bit.
You hop up onto the shoreline. And anything you say, if it's ribbit at this point, that's you actually saying ribbit in your head. You can communicate telepathically with the morning.
I just wanted to sound cute, okay?
You are quite adorable.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad there are still those out here that do not mean harm or pose a threat. It is good to see there are those who are still in tune with nature. And perhaps ones who even revere it. Sort of nod towards you, Xaxx. They say,
Yeah.
so, are you also seeking the alicorn?
I'd say so, yes.
As I have explained to your companion here, the horn was used as part of a spell. The hags are the ones responsible for imprisoning Zybilna, the ruler of Prismir. Since then, corruption has spread. The realm has become unsafe. And worse yet, I have not heard from my mate, Eladon, in some time. I fear that the hags have them too. Perhaps in another prison of their own design. Stripped of his horn. Who seek to undo the spell. I suspect the horn has something to do with it. A way to perhaps break it. To get there, though, you will need to find a way to the Palace of Heart's Desire. Only then can you free Zybilna.
Do you know where this palace resides?
It is beyond anyone's reach. Past the mists that circle these realms and separate them into shards. There are little left who know the way. You will perhaps need to find a guide.
Do you have any recommendations? Anyone that you know?
The hags certainly know the way, but I wouldn't trust them, nor would they extend their help if they learn of your goal to free her. No. Perhaps one of their servants, one that is sympathetic to the cause of freeing freeing Zybilna, returning the ruler to their rightful, returning the realm to the rightful owner, ruler. That is the advice I can offer. They look over towards the rest of your party. They say, do they have questions as well?
They might. They probably have a bunch of questions. They're also like, at least for me, they're more on top of things than I am. So they probably would know like the right questions to ask. I don't think I asked the right questions. But they're good. They're not gonna hurt you. They're like us. They're safe.
You see
Trying to do
Lamorna,
good. Trying to stop the hags and bring Zybilna back to power.
yeah, you feel Lamorna kind of searching your words for any kind of half truths or anything of the sort, but they seem to deem your truthfulness pure. And you do see Lamorna begins to slowly approach on a slight wave of water that kind of just
Oh.
ripples, pushes them along.
Oh, she's going to go talk to them. Okay, Nox. I'm just gonna go for a swim. You wanna come with?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Are you talking
And,
about the name of the birds? Oh, right. Yeah, you're talking about the parrot. You'd ask them if you wanted. Is that what you want to ask, Nox?
Oh, that was
Yeah.
Bauble and Trinket. That was Bauble and Trinket, right?
Those were they were
The shop
Darkwing.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Lamorna then begins to drift along the pool and heads towards you guys. You are sitting on the shoreline. It's a long minute before she finally approaches. You see the mist slowly parting. And as she gets here, her ears suddenly prick up. And she looks past everyone. And she's staring out into the forest, into the tree line. A few more of you hear a sudden sound of twigs snapping underfoot. A figure begins to approach. Suddenly, you see this individual. Their hood is over their heads, and they sort of form just a silhouette. But it's just at that moment when you see them come from behind a tree stump is when they seem to rip off from the top of their head a kind of makeshift unicorn horn. It's just tossed aside, and suddenly you see a flash of steel drawn as this individual dashes forward. And I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative down here and on the island, because they seem to have a menacing grin on their face.
It says there's no active combat.
Yeah, there is now.
Okay.
One that a grin that seems to share a set of tusks, and those who have seen him before recognize a particular individual. A orc with grey skin a long pointy hood. It is as you remember him, but not quite. Now he has this kind of menacing grin on his face. But you remember this person from Yarn Spinners, from Fable Rise? This is nobody. Or at least,
Oh, the guy in the hut next to us.
or at least it
Oh.
used to be nobody. That was until perhaps he remembered. Okay. The mourner seems startled. Morgul is without their armor, so is Xaxx. This individual has, I think, advantage on their initiative check. I'm gonna reroll. Yep, that's a little bit better. And Nox, did you want to roll?
They have, it's just they're on the initiative twice.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, there's one at 14.
Okay.
Not sure
Random.
why there's two, but
Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, I do. Alright, we use that one. Alright, Tarquin. You're surprised.
yep.
You see this creature rush forward. Tanwen isn't surprised on this occasion because the weapon of warning, I should have mentioned, just as you hear that twig kind of snap underfoot, Tanwen, you hear the string of your weapon pluck and let out a ringing noise.
Did he really manage to bypass my passive perception?
Didn't bother because you're looking with your perception over towards the mourner.
Hmm.
No one said that they
I
were on
didn't bother.
guard.
But yeah. That's
Not to
fine.
mention, this guy does have ridiculously high stealth.
Hey!
Your passive,
Yeah, Tarquin
believe it or
beats-
not, your passive perception is the same as his passive stealth.
Wow.
And the fact that you're kind of more distracted meant
Yeah.
that kind of edged out in his favor. All right, he
So-
rushes forward, dashing.
Hey! Hey!
Hey! Wait.
There is a splash, splash, splash as he sprints into the shallows where the mourner is. She suddenly rears up as flashing steel comes towards her, and you can see on those steel daggers are some sort of liquid that glistens in the moonlight. And he just goes straight for it. Let's go for a stab. It hits. It's gonna get 11 points damage. And as soon as he stabs in, and you hear the whinnying of the unicorn, the coating on the dagger seems to suddenly be repelled. It like flies and flicks off of the blade, landing into the water and immediately dissolves away. And you hear him say, "Ah, damn it, should have known." And with that, he pulls out the other one and swings it towards the unicorn's throat. Getting another hit, and he's going to add. He's going to add sneak attack because, well, it's not a sneak attack, but it's something. Assassins. Yada yada. Okay. 46. Okay. Pretty nasty damage. You see, Lamorna is actually effectively bloodied from this, as you see the throat of the poor unicorn literally slit across. You see this this blood pouring out into the waters, and there's this kind of heady aroma in the air as a celestial's blood is spilled. It's kind of, you feel a little bit lightheaded just from the smell of this blood. And that's gonna end its go. Has he done? Was he done multi-attack? 2? Yeah, that's it. All right. Rodolfo is up. Okay.
But we're all surprised, right?
Oh yeah, that's a problem. Yep, Rodolfo is surprised. We're gonna go down to Tanwen. You are the only one who's not surprised. Your weapon of warning kind of alerted you. Yeah, go
Right.
ahead.
And the reason I didn't shout out to everybody is it's the first time it has sung to me, and I was shocked for just a second. Which is why I didn't. It took me a second to realize what was happening, and I didn't shout out to everybody.
Yeah.
But I am going to use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on this guy, and then I am going to fire my longbow. Oh, come on.
Wait.
see.
Oh, you did the sharpshooter version. Don't know if you were intending to do so.
Y'all took away. Oh, I am so sorry. I thought y'all had taken that away.
No, there's a regular
No.
and there's a sharpshooter one.
No, I just wanted the regular one. I just didn't realize I still had it.
So that would be an extra +5 on that. So it'd be a 12. Probably still a miss, but
Still a miss, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Hmm.
As you see him sort of duck and bend backwards over the arrow, like he's already predicted that this arrow is going to fly towards him. He's like, huh,
Chris. Just
Okay.
a quick.
don't interfere.
Um,
Yeah.
Weapon of warning. Just reading it again because I noticed that Tanwen didn't look like they had advantage on initiative. It actually says that you and any of your companions within 30 feet.
Oh,
Which wouldn't include
okay.
me, but would include Rodolfo and Morgoth.
Yeah, all right then. Yeah, okay.
So
that ringing sound probably does keep Rodolfo aware, aware enough that something is about to happen. I mean, this assassin dived out from behind Rodolfo. If anyone's going to react, it's going to be them as they kind of shoulder barge them. All right, sure. Rodolfo instead. Then I'll quickly take their go now. They could witch bolt. They could.
Eldritch Blast. They seem to do really well with Eldritch Blast.
They do.
Whatever does the most damage.
I'm going to attempt to witch bomb him because this is obviously a dire situation. I'm going to try and hit him with the big stuff. I do have to hit though. That's a hit. He connects.
Yeah.
There's this crackling lightning as he pulls out the key, the kind of charred one, and you see that seems to be the conduit that connects. And he does seem to be suddenly in pain. Like, let me see here. Can he? Yeah, we can uncanny dodge that. Yep, he's going to use his reaction, definitely, to uncanny dodge it. So as he tries to bring up a blade, it sort of slightly deflects some of the lightning damage, just as well, because that's quite a lot. That's going to be Rodolfo's go. And then Xaxx, you guys are surprised over there. 100%. You can hear what's going on. The mortar lets out this pained whinnying noise. It's like almost like a psychic scream in your head because there's still that connection for a moment. Morgort immediately splashes up, grabs a hold of their glaive, and tries to swim towards them. That, though they don't have much armor, it doesn't look like this creature's going for Morgort, so she's just going to swing down. Yep, that's a hit. Although, I can do... No, okay, that's a hit. And that one. And the second one, he brings up this dagger and parries out of the way. This guy clearly knows his way around a blade. That's going to end Morgoth's go. Tarquin, you're up.
Alright, Tarquin is going to dash in the water, bringing out his quarterstaff, and will...
I said don't interfere.
Then when did I agree to do what you said?
Yes.
And
The nuisance.
And considering he's wet for my... Actually, considering this is a unicorn, strong tie in the Feywild, strong tie in Celestial sort of thing. Tarquin's probably especially pissed being of the Fey himself, so we're going to flurry of blows with the lightning punch.
Okay.
First one misses, unfortunately. Oh god. Yeah, he's dodgy.
Yeah, he does seem to parry and dodge out of the way. You're also having to like splash around in the water as well. You haven't got the kind of footwork that you're used to. Okay. That's going to end your turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do anything else.
Right, back to him. He could continue to wail on Lawarna. You guys are posing quite a threat. Annoyingly, there's also a lightning bolt crackling between them. Let's see. How far away do we have to get from Witch Bolt?
I want to say it's 30 feet.
30 feet. Yeah, it's 30 feet. Okay.
Exactly
All
30.
Right. Okay. So you see this half-orc nimbly backflip out of the fray. It takes a sort of a sideline dash away from you.
Yeah. Bonus action.
Not provoking.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, doesn't provoke any attacks of opportunity. Okay. Gonna go this way. He sort of, with one dagger, quickly brings it up and like cuts the tie between him and the electricity that kind of snaps away. And he immediately throws down a. We could have done that as a bonus action here anyway. Yeah, that would have been make more sense. That's fine. So he disengages, cuts the tie from the spell, and he still got his action. Okay, more go on Tanwen. He brings out two throwing daggers and just hucks them in your way. Fan of knives. That's going to hit Morgul because she is not in her armor. And one at Tanwen. And I need you both to roll Constitution saving throws. So Tanwen, can you make a con save?
I did.
Oh,
no,
did
that
you
was
get?
their concentration, so I guess another one.
Yeah, that's another one as well. Okay. Let's see. What did you get? An 11. Ooh, no, that's not good. Okay.
Oh, the 11 I think was for the concentration, the 19 for their against whatever effect it is, because the 11 rolled after the concentration.
Right, yeah, you're right. Okay then. Cool. That's a pass then instead. It's just as well, because this stings. In fact, I'm just checking if you take off. Yeah, okay. Flipper now. Alright. I thought it was. I was just double checking. Didn't want to be too extreme. But it is an absolute truckload. The poison that suddenly fills your veins is unbelievably painful. However, it doesn't seem like Lawarna suffered the same fate. Almost as if when you saw it kind of enter the wound, it was just like ejected out and dissolved into the water. You, however, do not have the same kinds of immunities, but your natural immune system is kicking in and overcoming the majority of this potent stuff. you do only take half as much. So you're taking 25 half down to 13. It is absolutely devastating your body, but you're still standing. Morgort gonna roll one as well. That's a fail on her part. She's gonna take massive amounts. 25 points of poison. And after that, he begins pulling out 2 new daggers as a result of that, and that's going to end his go. It's Rodolfo's go. Damn it,
wait,
broke my spell.
Chris,
Yeah.
it's asking me for another Constitution throw for concentration again.
No, just ignore that. Well,
Okay.
actually, I think poison is...
I'm concentrating on Hempsmark.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the 11 meant that I lost that, right? So I don't think
technically
I'm
you're right, actually. Yeah, the 11 would have made you lose that because the 13 plus the 12 damage made the DC a lot higher. Your DC would have been like at 12 or 13 or something. But yeah, you're right. An 11 on the concentration check does fail. So
right.
don't worry about the other one. Morgort is like, ugh, holding her side with that dagger in her. That's some potent stuff. Rodolfo, it is their go. Wrote that spell. Clearly knows his way around magic, so what should we have Rodolfo do? He could do another one, a hex into Eldritch Blast for damage. Or they could try and do another Witch Bolt.
I'm with Xaxx. Whatever causes the most damage.
Damage? It is. Alright, I'm going to cast Hex on him. And then immediately follow it up. I'm going to give him disadvantage on Dex, just in case. And follows it up with an Eldritch Blast. Ooh, misses. Sadly to say. He's nimble, he's quick. Nox, you're painfully aware that you're probably 100, 200 feet away from this fight.
Yeah, it's about
and
5 or 6 turns.
that is
worth
gonna absolutely suck to get over there. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
He chose the right moment to strike when the pie was split. You can start swimming though. What's your
Pie.
swim speed? 30?
My swim speed is 30, yeah.
You can make 60 now, and you're right, it's gonna be a while. If
Ew.
you have any
Oh.
long range spells, at any
I'm a
point you can drop.
I'm a frog at the moment, so I
Yeah.
ain't got no spells.
At any point you can drop your wild shape and try to get a long range spell, but for now you're gonna probably just have to try and get in range. Is that alright?
What was that, sorry, Chris?
At any point you can drop wild shape if you need to cast a spell. So
Okay,
like let's
yeah.
say you get in range of like I don't know, a moonbeam, you can always drop and then immediately cast it, but still not in range for that even now,
No.
even after swimming 60 feet.
So yeah, that's all I can really do.
Okay.
Okay.
Lamorna just looks around and says, "What is this? This deceit? An assassin? This is why I stayed hidden."
Return to your island. We'll deal with this interloper.
She is going to use her action to magically heal her wounds, and at the same time, sort of dash across the water, 50 feet, trying her best to sort of heal up as many wounds as possible. It's going to be that. No, very little. Seems the dagger really took its toll on her. Okay, that's going to be it. Tanwen, you're up.
Okay, I am going to fire my longbow again. This time it's gonna work. It's gonna work. Come on. Oh my God, come on.
17 would hit. Let me see. 9 damage? Pretty painful.
Well, it'd be 9 plus the extra d6 from Hunter's Mark.
No, it broke my
Oh,
concentration
yeah.
when I got
Yeah,
when I
that's
got.
true. Sorry. But can you do your thing with your insects?
Oh yes. Since I hit, that's right. The insects hit too.
Yeah, you could do an extra d6. You should be able to just click it, and have him take an extra d6. We can do it that way. I'm absolutely uncanny dodging this, so
So 14 reduced to 7.
yeah.
Still not bad.
Tries his best to sort of parry the blade out of the way, and it just sort of cuts through his arm, letting out like a wince, like, "Ah, how are you still standing after that?"
How close am I to the shore? I'm sorry, my eyes
You're
are really
like
bad
on,
today.
you're like on
I-
the edge of water.
I'm standing on ground then.
Yeah, just about. Like there's a puddle
Okay.
underneath your feet, but that's it.
Okay. And Morgoth's out in the water, right?
Yeah, Morgul is
Okay.
swimming.
Okay. I am going to move a little bit closer to her, just in case she needs help because she's been wounded.
Yep.
So I'm gonna wait out, fire, and then wait out.
All right, Xaxx is up. Sorry, you're so far away. Not only that,
Yeah.
you gotta. Actually, no, there's a platform there. I did say on the map there's some sort of connected
Yeah,
bridge, probably about
gonna
50
run out
feet
as
out.
far as-
Yeah, you
Okay,
can get
I'm
to
gonna-
there easy.
Can I get to where here?
Yeah, you can go right to the end of the bridge.
Okay, that's 40 feet. So I have 20 more feet, but it's going to be half movement in the water, right? So
Yeah, you could jump another 5 off the ledge and then land in the water, and then you're going half speed after that.
okay, so I can get to here. There we go.
Okay. All right, Morgul is up. They are wincing in pain from that poison, but going to attempt to swim up to him. You know what I didn't do? I didn't use my mix. Sorry, don't worry. Glaive, try again. Natural 1. She is reeling from that wound.
You're still targeting the Mourner.
Oh, my bad. She's fine. Okay, and then the second one does connect. Ah! You see him like Zarek, this guy. You don't know who he is. Does look like he's on a very tenuous position, holding on barely. Oh, it's Tarquin to go. You are swimming.
Oh, really? Am I that deep that it's actually swimming where I am?
Yeah, you're a small creature, and
Okay.
you're not having to wade. You're actually having to like properly swim.
Yeah, which means he's struggling. I
Mhm.
don't have any of my jumps left. Okay, which means in order for me to get there and for this to be as Tarquin as possible, I'm gonna step with the wind. Because it's the only way I can get there. He's gonna basically basic movement to there, because I'd be at half, then I should be on the shore, right?
Yeah. There's like a little rock here you could hop up onto.
Yeah, and then with the rest of my movement, because I've got another 40 feet to set the wind, can I get to next to Morgul, or would I be swimming there?
You're definitely swimming past like this line here.
Okay, then he's gonna... Well, actually, in that case, if I don't step up the wind, and then I get to this rock, so... Okay, so I'm not stepping in the wind, because I can get to that rock without stepping in the wind.
Okay,
So I'll
sure.
stand in this rock, and I guess at this point, I'll throw some daggers.
No. Denied. He seems to hold on as that dagger sinks into him. He lets out an orcish roar.
Round 2.
Oh! What?
I think an 18 hits him, so 1 more
It
damage.
does. You'll hit him. God damn it. He tries his best to sort of hit the dagger out of the air, but yeah, an 18 can't be messed with. For 1 point of damage, you say?
Yeah, literally what he just restored.
Damn you! He falls into the water. Just a loud splash. Curse you.
Alright, Morgoth, bring him back to the shore and grab his daggers and mine, if you wouldn't mind. I'm gonna keep them for my collection because they look fancy. At this point, why not?
I'll go forward and help Morgoth drag him back to the shore since she's so injured. So, I'm not sure how to latch on to him to grab him.
Yeah. And then Tarquin just sort of looks out into the woods. And if there's anyone else out there, show yourself now so that I can punch you in the face for trying to harm this beautiful creature.
Yes, and I want to search him for that poison. I want to look to see if there's any potions in there that might be antidotes to the poison that he gave us. So I'm rifling the body without any apologies
Okay. As you go
or
through,
embarrassment.
you do spot that there are some kinds of like pouches, or maybe they're in the sheaths themselves where there was this liquid. However, as you tip them out, there is nothing but water. Just clean crystal water. As the purification of this lake, as he splashed down, instantly destroyed all poisons and diseases. In fact, the fact you've been sinking and swimming in this water for a while, you would have also recovered any exhaustion. I know you didn't have any, but that's the power of this purification.
Okay, Morgoth, I can't find any antidotes or antitoxins in his pouch. I'm
It's
gonna lay
fine.
out his pouch. What does his backpack, his pouch, whatever he's carrying, I'm gonna lay it out. And any weapons I'm tossing over Tarquin's direction. Not at Tarquin, to Tarquin. So he doesn't have any of his weapons near him. I'm mad. And I've had a bad day.
Yeah, I know. He had 2 daggers, and the 2 he threw, which are in you, and then there's 2 handles with a wire in between the 2 handles.
A garrote?
He has
Garrote?
got a
I don't.
garrote.
Okay. Any money, any letters, any
He has
books?
leather armor, and as for yeah, just give me an investigation check as you do sort of rifle in the insides of his pockets. It does actually feel like there's little hidden compartments. Some of them are well hidden, some of them aren't. Let me see what you do find.
Tarquin, I can you Rodolfo come over and help me search him? I'm not sure I'm finding everything,
I'll have a
and
look.
I want to make sure we get everything off this guy.
Yeah.
I want to bash his skull in. I'm having such a bad day, but I think it's more important we get all of his weapons and any poisons off him.
Yep. Tarquin's good with his hands, but not good at right. He's very good at pick. This is going to be an odd thing, Chris. I realize I rolled investigation, but could I also, instead of investigation, I realize it won't be much better because we're essentially picking his pockets, even if he's unconscious.
Yeah.
Could I just use my sleight of hand bonus instead, which would make that an 11 rather than a 4?
Well, you're looking through most of his stuff anyway. There's not that much,
Yeah.
honestly. There isn't any kind of notes, or the only thing you found was the thing he threw away on the edge of the shoreline. It was some sort of wooden fake unicorn horn that he'd tied to his head with a leather belt strap, but he removed that upon kind of entering the lakeshore.
Yep.
I am going to use the belt strap to tie him up very, very tightly. Like his hands are going to go numb. I'm that angry.
Sure.
So, and then I'll start tending to my own wounds. Tarquin, he's all yours. I got to go pull daggers out of myself, and I do
Yeah.
not feel good. Morgoth, are you going to be okay? Or, oh, gods.
Tarquin just sort of looks at him and just like checks for a pulse to see if he's actually still breathing or if his last blow actually killed the guy.
Let's find out. His pulse is fading.
Throw him in the water. It'll bring him back.
Fading out.
No, I think he's actually probably bleeding out. Can I borrow?
Give him a good berry.
Yeah, I give him a good berry, but he wakes up to Tarquin sitting on him with his own dagger pointed at his throat.
He doesn't seem to be aggressive. He actually just seems to be a bit annoyed. He's almost like disgusted with himself. And he's like, "Ugh, damn.
Alright.
I didn't know unicorns could do that."
Alright. So, Mr. Half-Orc, Orc, whatever the hell you are, why are you trying to kill the unicorn?
It's Xaxx. Good to see you again.
Yep.
Guessing you got your names back.
Yep. And by the sounds of it, you did too. So, why are you trying to kill the unicorn?
He looks at you and shrugs and goes, "I was paid to."
And who paid you?
Don't know if I should tell you that. Sort of a
Don't know if
private...
you have a choice.
It's a private contractor.
Don't care.
I'm just... Okay.
Tarquin, just slit his throat. If he's not going to give us an answer, just slit his throat.
Let's see if I can guess. Right.
Get it over with.
You want to deal with the unicorn. Who would benefit from a unicorn that's purifying things being dead? Was it one of the hags?
No.
Okay.
I changed my mind. Cut off his boy parts.
He looks at you and just says, "I'd rather die."
Was it one of the hobgoblins?
Looks at you again and says, "No."
Was it the armored guy who I
Look, it
warned you?
wouldn't. You say that, and he doesn't deny it, but he does say, "Look, you wouldn't know them, nor would you believe me if I told you."
Well, I'm a very trusting person, so come on, just tell me. Come on. If I won't know them, I mean, what's the harm, right?
And I have 7 more
I'll
good
tell you
berries.
what.
We can kill you a little and bring you back a little.
I'll tell you if you get the spell off and let me go.
Ha! Tarquin, don't trust him.
Well, you see, I currently... So, you're essentially an assassin for hire, right?
Effectively, yeah.
Is assassinating all you do, or do you have, like, other roles you do as this sort of killer for hire? Are you, like, just a mercenary, or it's just...
Pretty much. Just a mercenary.
Right.
Like I said, I was hired for a hit on this unicorn.
Well, you failed that hit, so how about...
Didn't know they were immune to poison. Else, target would be eliminated.
Well, how about in exchange for your life, which I'd say is quite a valuable commodity, though based on Tanwen's opinion, that value is slipping very quickly. You do a little job for me instead.
He tries to get to... He's going to get to his feet.
Yep.
He's still tied up with the belt that's kind of holding his arms.
You move, and I am going to stab you in the kidney. You have never felt pain like it before.
He rolls his eyes. Well, then I won't be able to do this fine Herringon's job.
Right. So.
Who do you want killed? And also, you better pay in coin.
Well, I have a little bit of coin on me that I don't have much use for, so I can certainly do that.
How
Perfect.
about we pay in kidneys? You do the job, and we leave your kidneys alone.
But, you see...
You guys have definitely swum up to
Yeah.
them in time by now.
So, this is a particularly odd contract. So, there are... I have what is considered a pest control problem, and I'd like you to deal with said pests, or at least a few of them to make my job easier.
Oh, spit it out.
Right. You heard of... Do you know what paratons are?
Oh, yes.
Well,
I've heard of them.
Well, there's some paratons who currently have something that I want. You can take a few of them out, even a couple. That would benefit me immensely. And how about 2 golds apiece per paraton you can bring down?
Just 2 gold?
Well,
You're gonna leave me craving.
fine.
Craving what?
More coin.
Oh. Okay.
2 gold is nothing.
Tarquin, kill him. He is useless. He's absolutely useless. We defeated him.
You hear,
How do we know the Paragon aren't
you
going
hear
to
a
defeat him?
glass. You hear a strange glass shattering sound, but it's muffled. And you see him actually crunch something in his mouth. He disappears.
I missed something. Oh.
Well, that was an intro. Huh.
Oh, crud. I'm sorry, Tarquin.
No,
I didn't mean to scare him so bad.
I'm honestly impressed. I'm just gonna stab at the spot where he was, just in case it's an invisibility potion he's just crunched.
Good question. You stab at the go ahead, make an attack with disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll stab at a few of the... Yeah, so disadvantage, dagger. Oh, now 1.
You swing, almost like trip, nearly. There's something there. You trip over it, and you fall face first into the sand with that nat 1. Disorientated as well from just like the spin and fall. And everyone else hears a nearby kind of rustle from the trees as he is absolutely going to dash and then bonus action hide, effectively stealthing away into the distance. It was, I don't know why. Okay, yeah. I don't know why it rolled with disadvantage, but absolutely it was indeed a potion of invisibility. He was just waiting for the moment to run.
Tarquin just calls out, "You're terrible at negotiating and you're terrible at your job."
You just hear a voice probably come back shouting, "We have a deal, right?"
If you can do the 2 gold, are we good on the 2 gold then?
We'll renegotiate. But once I agree to kill something, I pursue my quarry until the job is done.
Fine. 4 gold per one.
You hear the sound of his voice getting further and further away, as he may have just got out of earshot, perhaps, or maybe he heard you, but just chose not to agree on the final offer.
And Tarquin just takes a deep breath and calls out, "And I want proof of their deaths, not just your word."
The sounds of footsteps and foliage being
I
swatted
know why
away
he had disadvantage on the stealth check.
because he was restrained.
He was hexed.
Oh yeah.
Next
Oh
gen.
yeah. That's it. Yeah, you're right. You definitely heard which way he went. If you wanted to try and pursue him, that's up to you. But he's definitely got up and run.
No, at this point, he's not worth my time. Tanwen, obviously you're good at following footsteps if you want to go kill him, but if he ends up taking down the Peritons or die in the process, either way it's a win situation, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna sit down and start crying because it's been a long day, and I have been injured multiple times since this morning, almost fatally. And I'm
Yep.
just gonna go, Tarquin, I don't know if I can stay with the team if I can't move my arms right. My arms and my legs are so floppy, and I have just been useless all day as anything other than bait.
Well,
I don't know if I should stay with y'all.
Tarquin looks at them and then just pokes them on the nose and just like, listen here, you. Right?
I'm listening.
If it wasn't for you, I'm pretty sure at multiple points, multiple of us would have died. You might not hit your mark every time, but I don't hit my mark every time. We all have mistakes, and right now you're suffering through something that none of us have dealt with before, and the only way we're going to be able to fix this problem is for you to stay with us, right?
I don't want to be a liability, and I'm just becoming more and more. I can't.
You're not a liability.
You took that poison better than I did, Tanwen.
And if it wasn't for you, then none of us would have seen that guy coming, and he would have got off. Would have probably done a lot more damage.
True. You
Okay,
let me know just in time.
but promise me if I start to become a liability, you're just gonna stash me somewhere I can't hurt the mission or the team.
If you
You're not-
end
And
up,
when I wasn't even in that fight, so I was more of a liability than you were. I didn't even get here till it was already over.
if
I
you,
don't care about my hair turning or my cheeks turning or this ridiculous eyeshadow. I just want my arms back and my legs and to be able to my strength. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just I'm gonna go sit over here for a moment while you tell
Tanwen,
Xaxx what's going on.
Tanwen, just because it, based on how Stas reacted, I mean, it might be worth you just going for a proper swim and just staying in the water. It might help. It seems to have some kind of purification and healing properties, so it might help.
Okay. I'll do
Assuming
that.
you don't mind Unicorn, who has just arrived.
Yeah, Lamorna is actually beckoning you into the waters and telepathically telling you, please,
Okay.
cleanse.
Yeah, I'll take off my weapons and my boots like I did
Yeah.
last time and just I'll go float on my back right here.
As soon as you
So
float into the water, you feel your hair return to its normal texture. You feel your limbs becoming like back to normality, and even your hair, even your like the makeup on your cheeks sort of just runs off and floats away into the water and dissolves. And
I do
as you're
feel better.
floating,
Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much.
as you're floating there, you see the unicorn kind of kneel down and just touch you with the tip of the horn and applies a healing touch to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You were very brave.
Much better at
No,
healing others than themselves.
I mean, yeah. Do
I
not
just
fear for me. I will leave this place now that I know there are dangers lurking. And you, knight. And she's going to heal Morgott as well for sure, with another healing touch. That's a good roll. As soon as you lay down as well, that poison that was kind of in your system is also immediately cleansed, and the wound is. It looks, yeah, it's a fresh wound, but it does look clean.
thank you. Thank you so much. and I'm gonna stop crying and stand and rinse my face off, stand up, wash my face off, turn around and say, I'm sorry, everybody. I don't normally break, and I apologize that I broke on y'all for a moment.
Everyone
So
has their moments. You don't apologize for the way you feel. Never
thank you.
that.
I do feel significantly better physically and mentally right now.
And Rodolfo, good going with the lightning. Shame it didn't work, but it was a good try.
Almost still, that guy didn't stand a chance against all of us. He chose the cowardly time to strike.
Yeah. If even one of us had been here, I think he stood no chance. And honestly, if I'd been standing 5 foot closer to Tanwen, I don't even think it'd have got a hit in.
Maybe not.
Which is hilarious.
No. You guys are strong. That's
Yeah.
for sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, Lamorna, I believe it is, right?
Yeah, hi, this is Lamorna, everybody. She's she's the you know the alicorn we've been looking for?
Yeah.
The alicorn is the horn of her mate, whose name is written down Eladon.
Wait. Is the horn detachable or did somebody cut it off?
Someone cut it off.
I'm
Oh
pretty
my
sure
god.
they cut the hags cut it off to
Then you
use in a
wait my
spell
love.
to take over Prismere.
Lamorna, can he grow his horn back, or do we need to get the horn and then figure out how to heal him with it on?
I know not, but the horn you will need first. It is integral. I believe that if it was stolen for the purposes of sealing away Zybilna, I feel it is also the same key you will need in order to free her.
What once locked a door is also used to unlock it.
I care not for the horn. All I care for is that Eladon is safe, returned to me, and this realm returned to its rightful ruler.
Well, that is the plan. We've got a few
We
things in the
completely
way, but yeah.
we completely concur with that. That's what we've been trying to do.
Then you are, as I had hoped you would be. The others, they guided you. The carousel, they told you the secrets that will helpfully aid you.
Yeah, they spelled out some rhymes for us.
Yes.
Then heed their words.
We will do
I do
so.
not stay here any longer. I dare not risk it in case there are others. But you seem to have.
You brought me back to myself, and I am very grateful. I know this is a small token, but
Your
I
allies
make
did
these
that.
I make these little crochet flowers, and I'd love for you to have one of my crochet flowers.
They accept this and sort of let you sort of perhaps pin it into their mane.
Or braid it. That would not.
Braid it into their mane,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you again for bringing me back to myself. I was lost there for a minute, physically and mentally, and I appreciate your healing in more ways than one.
I merely healed your wounds. It is your allies that seem to have your back. They are.
Yes. No, they're not my allies, they're my friends.
Then
Who are also her allies in the technical sense.
then it
In the
seems
technical sense, but you're more than that.
then this group is. I'm filled with even more confidence that this group is the one that can perhaps end these vile hags. With a bond that strong, I'm sure you can work together. When the hags are the opposite of this, they seem to bicker amongst themselves. Less of an alliance and more of a sisterly rivalry.
Yes, we've definitely, based on conversations we've had amongst with people, it certainly seems like whilst they have perhaps worked together, they don't get on. It's from what we've seen in stories and fable, right? For example, the Jabberwock, which we believe is Nightshade's, has attacked Scabatha's people. Things have attacked when things have been stolen from the first one by
Jabberwock.
the others.
The Jabberwock, you said.
Hmm.
It is a dragon-like creature. That Jabberwock lives in Zybilna's palace, and it frequently prowls this forest. It once tried to reach Wayward Pool, but it was turned away by the protective magic.
So, what you're saying is, in order to free Zybilna from the palace, we have to somehow deal with the Jabberwock.
You would be wise to avoid it, for once it sets its fiery eyes on prey, it rarely gives up the hunt.
Good to know. Good to know. Alright, let me just think.
No one can enter the palace without invitation either. It's unlikely that the Hourglass Coven is capable of enforcing similar restrictions on the palace, but that's
So
when Zybilna ruled Prismir.
So someone from someone with access to the palace would have to invite us in.
Not necessarily. What I mean to say is, once the Hourglass Coven took over, it's unlikely that they have enforced the same restriction.
Right. Okay.
So we wouldn't need to be invited because they don't have that kind of magic.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, it's sort of a abandoned place without ruler. There is another piece of information. There is a library on the second floor of the palace. It contains Zybilna's most treasured tomes. Some of those perhaps might be able to help you.
Alright. Well, that's definitely a good thing. This water here, is it purified because you're here, or is it just naturally purified for the time being?
Lamorna slowly nods.
So if we were, with your permission, as obviously kind of your home, I know you're leaving, if we were to take some of this water with us as like a last resort, could it help us?
Not sure how long the water will retain its pure when the rest of the forest falls to corruption.
Alright, okay. Just thought I'd ask that.
You are welcome to bathe in it before you leave, but
Thank you.
yes.
I'm just trying to think if there's anything else.
But time is short.
Yes.
The longer the realm stays in this state, the more the forest fades and corrupts.
Yes.
It will not be long before all of Prismir fall into this corruption. The only saving grace is that the Summer Court does not know that Prismir's ruler is imprisoned, and its realm vulnerable to invasion.
That might not be the case.
She turns towards you, eyes kind of narrow.
You see, we met a fairy dragon who was, I believe, a representative of the Summer Court who had come here to see what was happening and went back.
Oh yeah, Sir Talavar.
Yeah.
Oh no. The summer court is coming.
Oh. I mean, is that necessarily a... How bad a thing is that? I'm not fully versed in my court politics.
Tanya is not necessarily evil as you would describe them, but she is more fey to the extreme.
I mean,
She is inherently immoral,
mm,
temperamental, childish, given over to whims and flights of fancy.
okay, so if we had, just so I understand the levity of this, if we had the Hourglass Coven on one hand and Titania on the other hand, which one would be better for Prismir?
Zybilna is the only true ruler. She at least kept some peace.
Right.
If Titania was in charge, she would be capricious, violent, possessive. She may even decide to burn everything to the ground.
Right,
Your
okay,
impulses are-
so... Not
She
only
has a flaming desire, a passionate rage. A simple whim is just a justification enough to burn Prismir down in fury and delight. She is, well, the embodiment of that summer,
Hmm.
fleeting fancies, such as the nature of the greatest archfey.
From, based on our conversations with Sir Talavar, does he technically still owe us a favour because of the rescue, or did we consider that all settled? I can't remember.
Paid you in giving you adage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's two deadlines. The total corruption of Prismir and the invasion by the Summer Court, so we need to rescue Zybilna as soon as possible, but we've got another deadline that we need to deal with first, otherwise things could go very bad. So to deal with that, get your mate's horn back, free them. Is the palace in a particular region, or is it its own region?
She points off with her horn, past the lake to you, what you would normally picture as north, and Rodolfo does still actually kind of have a compass on them. They've yet to kind of investigate fully yet, but the Mourner says that the palace rests atop the other three realms.
Okay. Because I know we've got to deal with...
It is shrouded by mists, however. You will need a guide.
Well, we've got a guide to take us to the third region. I'm going to guess that we're going to need to go to the third region to find our guide to a final way.
Sounds like you have a plan in mind.
We have a path that we can follow, and if we follow that path swift and true as the arrow flies, then or as my daggers fly in the case of throwing them at that guy, then we should be able to resolve this. Hopefully. Well,
She does sort of conjure up like these watery images of Prismir, so that you kind of get an idea of its architecture and structure. And you can see the kind of mist surrounding it as well. He says, "This is your destination once you're ready to free Zybilna. So, there are others I must warn. If the Summer Court is coming, then..."
yes, you go do that, and as part of my duties as the Witchlight Monarch, I will do what I can to technically free, I would say, my patron, because she's the patron of the Witchlight Carnival. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, kind of owe them. So, well, I have weird links to the members of the group.
She takes a deep bow before looking at the rest of you. If there's any other questions you want to ask, now is the time. Otherwise, it looks like she's about to sort of teleport away. Nope. Okay. So with that, oh no, you go on.
No, I was gonna say, with
Well, if we find Eladon, do we know where to go or where to take stuff they can reunite, or it'll sort of instinctual?
I feel like if we can return his horn, then they'll probably be able to use that to find each other.
Yeah.
Would that be right? If we can return Eladon's
find-
horn?
You find Eladon, and he is still alive. He knows where I am. He knows to come back here.
Right.
Come back to Wayward Pool. Tell him I will be waiting for him.
Right. And I was just gonna say, because Rodolfo might have questions, but they're obviously not here. Can we potentially, retcon that in if Rodolfo does have questions?
Yes, absolutely. I think Rodolfo has probably. That's why it's a little bit awkward, because I think Rodolfo does have some burning questions.
Yeah.
They've been meaning to get to the end of this kind of like they've been trying to find Zybiona. They're in here for the long game, whereas everyone immediately joined the pie for personal reasons. Now it's clear that there's something even bigger at stake, but yeah, Rodolfo probably does have questions. Hopefully, with most of that information, I have answered quite a lot, and this is the kind of moment in the campaign where it does pivot slightly from sort of wandering and exploring to you've kind of got your main quest now. You know that the horn is a key, the spell that traps Ibiona, and that where she's trapped and how to reach that place, etc. With that kind of information, you're a little bit more clearer in your objectives. But Lamorna takes one final bow as waters begin to kind of ripple and coalesce around her. They rise up like filling a curtain of water before it suddenly drops back down, and Lamorna is nowhere left to be seen, apart from the last sort of drips seem to just ripple across the pure wayward pool.
Every time I think this forest cannot get more magnificent, it does.
Agreed, but maybe freeing Citalva was actually a bad move.
We did what we knew was right at the time.
We did the right thing. It's just had repercussions. But if we didn't do the right thing because of potential repercussions, we'd never get anything done.
Then
yeah, a lot of things we do has repercussions. I mean, Lamorna wouldn't have been attacked if it wasn't for us restoring that guy's memories or whatever, right? So,
right,
yeah. So,
and sort of revealing the secret as well. He's been following you guys for a while, and you guys kind of revealed how to get there.
I kind of assumed that, yeah, in the out of character, assumed that, yeah.
Alright, so everyone bathe your wounds, try to get off any nasty residual magic and poisons, and then we should probably start on our way back to the others so that we can prepare for the invasion of Loomlurch. But remember, at the end of the day, whilst we're there to get the children out if we can, we also have our other goal to steal the photo and return and leave scissors behind, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah. Basically, steal something from her and get it to blame on the other sister. Is basically what it is.
You're framing. You're stealing a picture and also framing.
Yeah.
Said picture.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh.
Rodolfo, before you get in the water to clean up, can I get to the portable hole to get some more arrows?
Yeah. I chucked
Yep.
the.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw the dagger that was in me from the half orc into the portable hole.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
I
So,
already assumed that and put it in there. I put in.
I gotta go get my clothes and
Actually, wait.
armor and stuff.
Okay.
He had 2 daggers on
oh,
him.
sorry,
The
ignore that.
the 2 he threw into people. So he had 4 daggers in total, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, like
I've added those to the portable hole for. So there's 104 daggers in there at the moment.
they're on the inventory.
Yeah.
You take a moment to don your armor again, Xaxx. It has got
I
this
gotta
beautiful shine over it. If you if you float it away, some of it got splashed by the water. It just has this beautiful kind of silvery sheen that maybe is the maybe it's just reflecting the moonlight at the moment, but it does look quite polished.
Um, just because I'm curious, is there anything unusual or fancy about any of the daggers? I imagine they're just regular daggers, but
They are regular daggers, yeah.
yeah.
They seem to have seen quite a lot of use. Like the handles are so well worn. They once had a defined grip on them, but they're kind of like worn
Yeah.
down. But the blades are no less sharp. He clearly has
Took care of
just
the
recently
blade, but
sharpened them.
didn't take care of the handles. That's a bit of a.
Ah, yes. You turn the fire on. Good, good safety, Xaxx. That is oh,
Hey,
that's good. The forest protection.
Zax is back out on that rock. Tarquin, do you think that we should try to go spend the night there? I mean, it looks like a safe place, but I don't want to take advantage of our hostess.
I mean,
I'm just
honest.
wondering if do we want to walk right back into the middle of the Pirate Will show, or do we want to stop and spend the night here and get up early and head back to the middle of the.
Well, the thing is, I would imagine if I was to guess Captain Red's plan, he's probably gonna attack either just gonna want like a full rest and then attack straight away. That seems his style, straightforward. So we're not there. He's probably gonna start without us or get really annoyed we're not there.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just worried that we're going to spend all night with them bickering with each other
Well,
and
they're going to
and
be in their separate areas. I mean, Will be
okay.
in his tree fort with, and the other and Big Red will be on the Nether landing, so should be fine. And I suppose for the first time, properly, we'll be really splitting the party for a bit. At least for this
Yeah.
one thing.
If you're in Loomlurch and you're splitting the party, then you won't be far apart from each other.
Yeah.
You just be on either opposite sides of the toy shop.
Yeah. But
Yeah. Okay. All right. I know you said you had to head off at some point. Yes. So you want to head off? That now's a good
I
little
mean,
spot.
this honestly
on the
seems
road.
like a good place to wrap up because the next step is basically starting our attempts on Loomlurch.
Yeah,
So
possibly.
so unless anyone else has got any major things
No,
beforehand, and that seems a major thing to start without them.
well, no, but just for administrative purposes, do we want to say we made it back to the pirate and Will, and we've had a long rest, and it's the next morning, or do we want to be here and then go back and do all of.
It's up to you.
I
You've
mean,
you got. When did you finish your long rest? Not.
the
It was
long
recent, wasn't
the long rest was just before we
it?
headed to the
Yeah.
pirates.
Yep.
Right.
So you've
So,
actually been awake for not that long.
well, right, but we were going to walk back to them, and then,
Well,
so
we can walk back to them, and then potentially, I suppose, we'll even because as we said, I think long rest before we do the attack, essentially. So
Right.
we can potentially have time to put our own inputs into the plans before
Okay.
the long
And-
rest. But that sounds like something maybe we should discuss fully with everyone here.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Will mentions that there's also getting to Loom Lurch as
Yeah.
well. So there's the travel there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna start the next session here, and then we'll walk back and talk
Yeah.
to them and
Yeah.
do that, and then okay.
That sounds good to me.
All right, cool. All right, heading to Loom Lurch next. Awesome. We're gonna have the few interactions between Team Red and Team Will as they perhaps coordinate a plan on the way there, the journey there, and of course finally Loom Lurch, and then thither will be complete, and you'll have to head back to hither. You've got this big overarching goal now: find the horn, free Zybilna by getting to this palace, and it seems like you've got a clear objective finally. Kind of know a lot surrounding why the Alicorn's horn is so important. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed today's session.
Yeah, it's
I
been
hope it
good.
cleared up some. Hope it cleared up some ambiguity about the whole thing. 'Cause ever since the carnival with those unicorns, you've always been wondering, like, what on earth? What is with them? Now you kind of know. It's all to do with Lamorna. But yeah, we aren't meant to be fighting Scav. Yes. Yeah. You might not have to fight Scavath, honestly. There's so many different approaches with how you could handle Loom Lurch. So I'm excited to see what the players are going to plan, whether they do a distraction or a stealth mission or even try to negotiate. We'll see. But there are many avenues to success. So yeah, look forward to then. But yeah, till then we'll sign off here. Thanks very much
Yeah.
for playing. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
See you all next week.
Bye for now.
Bye.